Trump just said sometimes you need a...
Usually they say he's a horrible dictator type person. I'm a dictator. But sometimes you need a dictator.
Can we cue Cal from Both Sides News excusing this as a joke, please? Look, this was not a formal setting. He was on an unscripted rant about how good his speech went this morning. He was just playing with you. He's not even hiding it anymore, Cal. He's telling you how he feels about his power, yet you still find excuses for him, even when he's not looking for excuses for himself. It's like when he said he could shoot someone on Fifth Avenue and not lose any voters. You are that voter. Look, our constitutional republic believes in checks and balances, and we are obviously anti-dictator, but... Why is there always a but? But every single president, with the exception of William Henry Harrison, has signed a thing called a executive order, which is unilateral authority vested to the president. No, except it's not unilateral authority. All executive orders are still bound to the Constitution, judicial review, and congressional statutes. There's no dictators in our system, whatever way you look at it. Well, I think what Trump was saying is Biden over the last 4 years told us that I cannot shut down the border without Congress, and then Trump came in and shut down the border without Congress using his executive authority. That's because Congress has already delegated broad immigration authority to the executive branch, but you're turning this into a technical, legal argument when Trump wasn't. He was speaking broadly, and we see his embrace of dictators worldwide. He's buddy-buddy with Putin, the Gulf states, Erdogan, yet he's extremely and almost oddly critical of democratic leaders around the world. Open up your freaking ears. He's telling you straight up. In your ears, fixate on these few jokes he makes while I'll stay focused on the substance of building a great economy, creating a safe country, and acquiring Greenland. I think I need to...
And all right, guys, we are back. All right, guys, it's S.E.T Media, guys. We're about to get right back into it, so let's not waste no time. Let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video.
Miraculous recoveries, and just that was a very special moment for me to be invited into that community at a time of grief. And I hope that all of them know that though I didn't get to see them this particular time, I've been thinking about them and their families quite a bit. Now, to talk about what I am here to do, which is federal law enforcement to enforce our immigration laws, I want to say just a few things. First of all, I wanted to meet with business leaders, with ICE officers, with local law enforcement to try to understand a little bit better what's going on so that we can tone down the temperature a little bit, reduce the chaos, but still allow us as a federal government to enforce the American people's immigration laws. That is the purpose of my visit. Now, this is step one or step two of that process. There's going to be a lot of work that follows through from here. I'm happy to talk about that, but I think I learned a few things that were very important. So number one of the things I learned is that the guys behind me are doing an incredible job. And frankly, a lot of the media is lying about the job that they do every single day. Now, it doesn't mean that there aren't occasionally stories out there, there aren't occasionally videos out there that suggest that these guys, or at least some of the people who work for them, are not doing everything right. But very often, if you look at the context of what's going on, you understand that these people are under an incredible amount of duress, an incredible amount of chaos. And because of a few very far left agitators, a lot of these guys are unable to do their jobs without being harassed, without being doxxed, and sometimes without being assaulted. That's totally unacceptable. And that's one of the things that I want to send a message to is, yes, come out and protest me, protest our immigration policy, but do it peacefully. If you assault a law enforcement officer, the Trump administration and the Department of Justice is going to prosecute you to the fullest extent of the law. And I wanted to show some support for these guys who...
That also goes for obstructing a law enforcement officer. If you obstruct them, if you're trying to stop their investigation, impede on it in any way, shape, or form, you can get arrested for that as well. But all right, now let's go ahead and get to the questions.
Without bias, with fairness, but we've got to enforce the law.
Mr. Vice President!
There was a class in Power a few weeks ago, and their mayor said they haven't heard about what's happening in the city, and how the ICE can proactively work with these local agencies.
You said there was an altercation in St. Cloud. Yeah.
The mayor said that ICE did not communicate with them if they were in the city for a major operation, but police chiefs did not know about the operation at the time. Can you talk a little bit about proactive communication?
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of the takeaways. I've talked with these guys before we came on the stage, but during our roundtable and some of the other conversations we've had, communication, we absolutely want to ensure there's good communication between federal officials and state and local officials. And I'm sure that we can do better on that. We absolutely want to make sure that we are communicating, but that also requires a two-way street. And that's the point that I make about state and local officials. These guys will absolutely communicate with state and local officials. They'll tell people if they have to do an enforcement operation in a particular municipality. But part of that is they also want to ensure that if they're communicating about their whereabouts, that's not being used as a weapon against them. Sometimes they tell people where they're going, and then they find out that their agents' faces are on the, on Reddit or on some social media thread saying, here's this guy, we know he's going to be at this place at this exact time. So that communication has got to be a two-way street. These guys are going to communicate with business leaders, with local officials, with state officials, but we also need the local officials and state officials to do a good job of protecting people when they're in their communities.
And this is why the mayor of Minneapolis should be brought up on obstruction charges, because he could bring out the local police to stop this at any time, but he refuses to.
We're not asking, by the way, we don't want any police officer in this community, in this state, to help us do immigration enforcement. We've got that. But if a protester shows up and that protester turns violent against our immigration officers, we really, really need the cooperation of our local partners. We haven't gotten it yet, but I think if we do, we really can lower the temperature. Yeah.
I'm calling up the Washington Post report today that an ICE memo allowed agents to enter people's houses without a judge's warrant. What do you say to people who say they're concerned about violating the Constitution? How much is Congress?
Yeah, so I saw that story, and the story is like so much that I read in the mainstream media. It's missing a whole lot of context, and when you appreciate the context, it makes sense. No one is saying, look, there are exceptions. For example, a crazy exception, if somebody is fired at from inside a house, they don't need a warrant to go inside that person's house. There are very narrow exceptions to the warrant requirement where law enforcement officers don't need a warrant if, for example, they're an imminent threat of their lives. Yeah. But what we've said and what ICE has proposed, what the Department of Homeland Security really has proposed in the Department of Justice, is that we can get administrative warrants to enforce administrative immigration law. Now, it's possible, I guess, that the courts will say no. And of course, if the courts say no, we would follow that law. Yeah. But nobody is talking about.
So pretty much they're trying to go after the people who pretty much try to embed these illegal immigrants in their house. Pretty much we know they're there. They've been living there. We got surveillance that they're there. We go to these houses, but, there'll be citizens who say, oh, well, you can't come here without a warrant. And this is my property. And they can sit there and lie to you and lie to the cops. But hey, with an administrative warrant, they just bust right in, grab them, regardless of what the guy says or what the embedder says, and they can just take him to, immigration. Well, I'm gonna be real with you, into one of those facilities as he prepared to get deported. It is what it is. I mean, and honestly, that does seem to be the best course of action in Minnesota, since it seems like these people are willing to help the illegals out in any way, shape, and form. Even if it includes, distracting the ICE officers or trapping them in so they can get away.
About doing immigration enforcement without a warrant. We're talking about different types of warrants that exist in our system. Typically what happens, not always, but typically in the immigration system, those are handled by administrative law judges. So we're talking about getting warrants from those administrative law judges. And then of course, with other cases, you get judges or you get warrants from a judge. That's very consistent with the practice of American law. I'm sure the courts will weigh in on that, but we're never going to enter somebody's house without some kind of a warrant.
Oh, guys, if you can, man, just move over to Rumble, bro. I'm about to just low-key start trying to move my audience over to Rumble, because Rumble don't shadow ban and they're actually pretty fair. So if you can, download Rumble and find me on there and move over to Rumble.
Of course, somebody's firing on an officer or they have to do something in order to protect themselves. Go ahead.
Do you believe that you can forcibly enter with an administrative warrant, or would that be a violation?
Well, our understanding is that you can enforce the immigration laws of the country under an administrative order if you have an administrative warrant. That's what we think. That's our understanding of the law. That's our best faith attempt to understand the law. Again, this is something courts will weigh in on. I won't speak to that. But yes, most immigration law in our country is not done through the criminal system with the judge. It's done through the administrative law system. We're going to continue that practice just as they did in the Biden administration or any other administration.
Was there anything that you heard or saw today that would...
I mean, it is funny, though, because all of these things that the Dems are complaining about now happened under Obama. A lot of this happened under Obama. As much as them try to say, oh, Obama did it better, though. No, he didn't. He did the exact same thing that Trump was doing, except that, the Democratic Party hushed up. And I know we got this new generation of Dems that don't remember the Obama administration too much, but yeah, he did the exact same thing that Trump did. Cracked down on illegals, ended up locking up civilians, deporting civilians, and it is what it is. Nobody said anything then, but for some reason, Trump does it, and you guys are crying.
ICE agent who's involved in?
Nah, it's just pretty much to build up on Rumble, because once you build on Rumble, they don't shadow ban you at all. I mean, YouTube, as you see, you can be 100K and you can get shadow banned and all, and YouTube will just tell you that, oh, well, I know you used to get 100K plus alive, but 300 is not, 90% reduction in your viewership is not, it's not unnatural. And if anything, you're the one that's tripping, and that's literally what YouTube is telling me. And I'm be real with you, I kind of had enough of it. So, yep, everybody just move on over to Rumble if you're in here.
I did not talk to him today. I talked to some of his colleagues. Your question on the Insurrection Act is interesting. I've tried to understand this as well as I possibly could. And my understanding is what the Insurrection Act, what invoking the Insurrection Act would allow the federal government to do is that it would allow the federal government to use the military for local law enforcement operations. Right now, we don't think that we need that. Now, the president could change his mind. Of course, things could get worse. But right now, we think that federal law enforcement officers can do the job of federal law enforcement. Now, what I do worry about, again, is if the chaos gets worse, if more and more ICE agents start getting assaulted, if other law enforcement officers start getting assaulted, that would be a real problem.
Yeah, that's gonna, let Trump invoke the Insurrection Act. Then, the Dems will really start losing their mind, because the National Guard and even the Marines may come in. And it's kind of funny because the Dems are complaining about, oh, we don't want to become a police state, but your actions is going to turn your state or your city into a police state or city. So, I mean, they're crying about one thing, but they're crying about it, but they're pushing themselves towards it.
But again, we have so much federal law enforcement resources here right now. We have so many people here that we do not want to have here. I do not want so many ICE officers in Minneapolis right now. I mean, good Lord, it's really, really freaking cold outside. But they're here not even to enforce immigration laws, but to protect the people from the rioters. That's an absurd state of affairs, and we wouldn't need it if we had a little bit more cooperation from the Minneapolis Police Department. Again, the Minneapolis Police Department, my understanding is that the actual beat cops on the ground, they would love to help out, but they're being told by somebody, I don't know if it's Mayor Frey, they're being told by somebody not to cooperate at all. What kind of a person tells their local police don't protect somebody if they're being assaulted by a rioter? It's crazy, and it's got to stop. Yes.
Earlier this week, local law enforcement accused federal agents of racial profiling. Why are there so many U.S. citizens being caught up in this operation?
Well, I think your question assumes something that's not necessarily in evidence, which is that when there are American citizens who have been caught up in some of these enforcement operations, very often it is people who have assaulted a law enforcement officer. They're not being arrested because they violated the immigration laws. They're being arrested because they punched a federal law enforcement officer. That is a totally reasonable thing. Now, to the accusation of racial profiling, look, it's something that we take very seriously. We will take accusations of racial profiling back to Washington. We'll certainly look into them as they come up. But this is not a group that's going around and looking for people who violated the law based on skin color. They're looking for people who violated the actual law, the law of our immigration system in this country. And so long as we had more cooperation, I think they could do these things in a much more targeted way. They would actually know where some of the bad guys are. I mean, again, you hear things that are...
they could do it in a targeted way, and they don't have to worry about being followed around by crazy soccer moms. I mean, yes, they don't have to be worried about being followed around with middle-aged women with colored hair. They don't have to worry about having these people park in the middle of the street, honk their horn, trying to let people or the illegals know that the ICE is in the area. Yeah, they would get a lot done, and they'd get out of Minneapolis a lot sooner. I mean, if you want them gone, let them do their job.
Hard to believe, but I've confirmed that they are true. Sex offenders who we're trying to get off the streets, who the local officials won't tell us their last known address. So then the local officials say, oh my God, these guys are doing widespread.
Hey, and shout out to Cellulite Podcast. Hey, what's going on, dog? Hey, bro, right now, under shadow ban right now, so I'm asking everybody to just move over to Rumble. Go ahead and look at my past lives and you'll see what I mean. But shout out to my man, Cellulite Podcast. Make sure to follow my man as well. And shout out to Tove. Hey, shout out Tove. She recently had, I hope everything's all right with the kid and all that. Appreciate you for pulling up. I ain't gonna say too much about what you got going on, though.
Targeted enforcement operations, when in reality, we would love to just go to one house. The local officials won't tell us which one house to go to.
Mr. Vice President.
Mr. Vice President,
To that question, the local police chief has said their own.
Shout out to my man Monty and well for being the first one to support. Appreciate that, my brother. He says, if you're a white supremacist, just say so, said. And Monty, oh yeah, bro, we're gonna have to hit a mass exodus over to Rumble, bro. Can't even do it with YouTube no more, my man. And the best way to get things bopping back again is probably to go over there on Rumble and get the engagement going over there, because they don't shadow ban. They won't sit there and try to gaslight you. So it is what it is. Or until I'm out of shadow ban jail, which could be from a week to months to forever.
Off-duty officers, so police officers are being targeted because they are a person of color and asked to show their papers. Is that a concern of the administration?
No, I'm gonna be real with you. Like, hey, yo, if ICE officer sees a Mexican, they walk up, they say, hey, look, man, I mean, do you got your papers on you? You got it. You can barely speak English. You got a crazy accent. Man, you got some gang tattoos. I'm gonna be real with you, bro. Like, if you can't provide any type of documentation, I'm gonna think you're an illegal too. If you're here and you're Hispanic, because we all know the Hispanic community is tight knit and they won't expose their own. So sometimes you got to sit there and press them. Like, bro, if you got papers, give it here. If you want to sit there and say, oh, I don't got to show you anything, all right, then get ready to be detained for up to 72 hours.
Security, if local law enforcement says their own officers are being targeted and they describe it as, quote, civil rights violations.
Shout out to my man Monty. He said, heard over to Rumble. Appreciate that. Yeah, we're going to have to head over to Rumble on this one, because these guys, hey, it is what it is. And I don't want to give these guys my audience when they won't even, well, play fairly with me. So, hey, man, you got to fight back.
Violations in our streets.
So I saw one story about this and one local police officer who said this. And look, certainly is it a concern? Absolutely. The first thing we have to figure out is whether it happened or not. And then if it happened, whether there is a good explanation or a bad explanation. And of course, if somebody violated the law, if somebody racially profiled, if somebody violated the rights of one of our fellow citizens, that is something we will take very seriously. What I also would say is that many of the most viral stories of the past couple of weeks have turned out to be, at best, partially true. So we want to try people based on reality, based on the truth, based on context. We're not going to prejudge people just because of viral social media story that turned out to be half false.
Mr. Vice President, a quick question. About the roundtable you just had, I presume that happened. Did you invite anybody with an opposing point of view to get an idea of why people are upset here? And just as a quick follow-up, have you reached out to Governor Walz at all in an attempt to turn down the tent?
So I haven't talked to Governor Walz on this particular trip. A number of members of our administration, I believe our chief of staff, spoke to the governor and has been in constant contact with his staff over the past week. We've been in my office in constant contact with people here on the ground in Minneapolis. There were certainly people at our roundtable with opposing views. And look, I don't even know, whether it's public, but yes, we met with people with opposing views here at the roundtable. I wanted to get a perspective from everybody, but also, of course, offer my opinion that with a little bit more cooperation, we could lower the chaos. We're going to keep on doing that. If Governor Walz wants to call me, we'll absolutely continue talking. I will say that my sense of this situation, having talked to these guys for a long time, is this is primarily a law enforcement issue. This is the attorney general. This is the local mayor. This is all of the organs of local and state law enforcement. That's who we focus on, but we've certainly been in communication with the governor and his office as well.
Vice President.
Yeah.
Local law enforcement obviously has been really helping out.
I mean, bro, let's be real, though. It's like, I'm gonna be honest, it is a bit irritating that the Dems never hold their side accountable, because why don't the Dems be like, yeah, hold on, why isn't there local law enforcement out here doing crowd control for the protesters? Why are they letting them get out of hand to where they could be possibly killed like Renee Good? I mean, if these Dems get out of their emotions, use some common sense for just maybe like 10 seconds, just 10 seconds of common sense, you'll be able to make that connection and actually start demanding more of your leaders. But apparently all y'all leaders got to do is tell you that it's Trump, and you guys just go into a frenzy like, oh my God, you're right. Like, okay, without it making sense whatsoever, y'all just believe it. All right, then. Hey, yo, Josh, what's going on? Oh, yeah, Josh, if you can, make sure to go over to Rumble, because, man, look, I'm trying to bring the audience over from YouTube to Rumble so we can go ahead and start building on there, because these guys can't even do it.
Repeatedly. What's the plan if nothing changes there here locally and this operation has attracted thousands of agents? Are there any plans to go into any other cities from here?
Well, right now we're focused on Minneapolis because that's where we have the highest concentration of people who have violated our immigration laws. And that's also, frankly, where we see the most assault of our law enforcement officers. I mean, our plan is very simple. If you assault a federal law enforcement officer, we're going to do everything that we can to put you in prison. It's very simple. And most of these protesters, as much as I may disagree with their politics, most of them have been peaceful, but a lot of them have not been peaceful. And if you go and storm a church, if you go and insult a federal law enforcement officer, we're going to try very hard. We're going to use every resource of the federal government to put you in prison. Respect people's rights. Respect people's rights to worship. Respect people's rights to do their job without being assaulted.
Hey, and shout out to my man Monty for gifting 1 subscription to S.E.T Media. Appreciate the support on Rumble, by the way. And he shout out to Monty coming in again. He says, Rumble doesn't autocorrect rants. Yeah, and they're a lot cheaper. It's only $1 to support on Rumble. So, I mean, guys, that's why I say you can hop over to Rumble, only $1 support and all that good stuff. Let's get it. Let's get to it.
If you follow that basic principle, the Trump administration is going to do everything that we can to protect your rights. But if you go after somebody, if you assault somebody, if you make a 9-year-old girl cry because you walked into her church and harassed her, we're going to go after you with every single tool that we have.
With NBC News, sir. Your administration has said repeatedly this is about safety, about making Americans feel safer. So what do you say to people here in Minnesota who say it's the overwhelming presence of ICE officers and federal officers and their tactics that are making them feel less safe?
Well, one thing I would say is, first of all, we saw in 2025 the biggest one-year drop in murders in the history of the United States of America. Significant reductions in violent crime. The reason why we have less violent crime is really 2 reasons. Number one, because we're enforcing the immigration laws and getting very violent criminals out of our country. And number 2, because we're enforcing our criminal laws and putting guys who assault and murder behind bars. This is part of a broad effort to make us safe. And the chaos that people are seeing, and I understand there is frustration of the chaos, I'd say that we're doing everything that we can to lower the temperature, and we would like federal and local, state.
I mean, I'm be honest with you though, but it's hard to do that when the left is literally coming up with all the lies in the world about ICE. Like, think about it. I remember me and Monty was literally talking to a guy who was talking about, all the ICE agents are Proud Boys. Oh, they don't know. Most of them can't even read. I'm like, bro, you literally heard this about our own law enforcement and you went with it. And it makes sense why people are so radicalized against ICE if this is what they truly believe. When you literally have somebody come on a platform and say, yeah, I truly believe that they're all Proud Boys. Yes, I truly believe that most of them can't read and write. They're just a bunch of illiterate wild cowboys. It's like, what? So, yeah, this is all on the Dems. And it's kind of funny how they're trying to tell ICE, oh, no, ICE needs to turn down the temperature. No, you guys do. You guys literally radicalize people against ICE by making them think they're the Gestapo, they're a white supremacist group, even though there is black people and Mexicans in ICE. It's like y'all sound ridiculous. And y'all believe the lie outright. Y'all don't even want to look it up.
Local officials to meet us halfway. So much so.
Perceiving it correctly? Are you saying that they're not seeing that it's the tactics or the presence of the officers that are...
Look, I'm sure that people are seeing a lot of things that would make any member of our national community feel very upset. But I also think that if you understand this in context, this is the inevitable consequence of a state and local government that have decided that they're not going to cooperate with immigration enforcement at all. In fact, they're going to aggressively not cooperate. So here's a basic illustration of this. If you are an ICE officer and you have to arrest a person who's committed assault and is also an illegal alien, but the state and local officials won't help you identify that person, many of the things that people in Minneapolis are seeing that give them pause, that frustrate them, that worry them, that make them feel like things are too chaotic, many of these things are coming from the fact that there's no cooperation with state and local law enforcement. And I guess what I would tell people, again, many of whom are justifiably concerned and worried about what they're seeing in their communities, is why are we not seeing it anywhere else? We're seeing this level of chaos only in Minneapolis. LA and Chicago, we had some problems there. Pretty much every...
yeah, because the mayors ain't that irresponsible. They're actually going to let the law enforcement go out there and try to, crowd control the protesters. There's no crowd control the protesters, then they're going to start obstructing. And you're telling me that the mayor doesn't want to do anything about it, then these people feel emboldened. They feel like they're backed up by their mayor, which makes them act with impunity.
jurisdiction where these guys are operating, you don't see the same level of chaos. You don't see the same level of violence. You don't see the problems that we're seeing in Minneapolis. Maybe the problem is unique to Minneapolis, and we believe that it is. And it's the lack of cooperation between state and local law enforcement and federal law enforcement.
Hey, and shout out to my man Monty for the baller alert. He done gifted 50 subs to Set Media. That's 50 people with a membership that don't gotta worry about, well, one, having to buy it, and two, having to worry about commercials. Yeah, that's probably the one thing that does suck about whatchamacallit, Rumble, is those commercials if you don't got that Rumble premium. But guys, let's head over to Rumble and let's try to build these guys up, because they actually support your creators and they actually support freedom of speech, and they don't shadow ban creators on Rumble like they do on YouTube. And they don't lie like YouTube.
Sir.
Sorry, I'm on YouTube's ass for a minute now. I'm going to be on their ass all year.
ICE has been operating here for years with less pushback than we're seeing right now. And even the St. Paul police chief recently said, is there not a way to find common ground without scaring the hell out of people in the community? Those are his words. And I just wonder, with this Operation Metro Surge, is any part of it meant to send a form of political message to the leaders here in Minneapolis and the state of Minnesota? And I know you talked about you've been in touch with the governor's offices and the mayor's offices, but why have you not been able to speak to them directly? Have they not been willing to do so?
Well, look, I have spoken to some of the people in Minnesota directly. I spoke to some of them today. I've spoke to others in the past. And again, our staff has been in very direct contact with pretty much every official with any influence or any power in Minneapolis. But no, we're not trying to send a political message. We're trying to enforce the law. And unfortunately, what has happened is that as we've enforced the law, there's been this weird reaction, again, unique to this city. This is not a common thing across the United States of America. I
mean, not really. Like LA was a kind of the same thing, but this is what happens when local law enforcement doesn't work with ICE. I mean, when they don't provide crowd control, the crowd or the protesters start becoming obstructionists. And it's like, that's just how it works. If the mayor and local law enforcement don't help ICE, this is what it turns into. This is why we don't have the problem in other states.
It's been a very unique, very Minneapolis-specific reaction to our enforcement of federal immigration laws. What I'm trying to do here today is understand why that is. What is it about Minneapolis that has become so chaotic? What are the specific types of cooperation that we need? Look, I don't need Tim Walz or Jacob Frey or anybody else to come out and say that they agree with J.D. Vance or Donald Trump on immigration. I just don't need that. What I do need them to do is empower their local officials to help our federal officials out in a way where this can be a little bit less chaotic and it can be a little bit more targeted. Like if we're trying to find a sex offender, tell us where the guy lives. Simple things like that, simple changes in how they're approaching immigration enforcement would make this work a lot better. It would make Minneapolis' streets a lot safer, and it would make this whole thing a lot less traumatic for this community. I'll take one more question.
Mr. Vice President.
You said that it's time to turn down the temperature. Does that include changes to both ICE and CBP tactics that we've seen employed on the streets, including less than lethal tactics, pepper spray, pepper ball? Beyond that, what is the federal government's role in turning down the temperature? And the Minnesota Department of Corrections says that its own officers have been cooperating with ICE all along, handing over criminals once they serve their sentences to ICE officials. And you can see that there is some cooperation with the state.
Yeah, look, if I was going to list the 5 agencies locally and statewide that I'm most worried about, I wouldn't put the Department of Corrections on that list. I think that while there are certain things we'd like to see more from them, they've hardly been the worst offenders. You agree with that, guys? That's a fair assessment. But I think you talked about tactics and you talked about the response to things. Look, we don't want to employ tactics we don't want to employ the kind of tactics that are only necessary when violence is committed against officers. That is these guys' directive, and that's what we're going to try to do. And again, the president said this a couple of days ago. Whenever you have a law enforcement operation, even if 99.99% of the guys do everything perfectly, you're going to have people that make mistakes. That is the nature of law enforcement. What I do think that we can do is working with state and local officials, we can make the worst moments of chaos much less common. And all they've got to do is meet us halfway.
Literally. I mean, it's that easy. That's why, yeah, I do believe that the mayor of Minneapolis, Jacob Frey, should be brought up on obstruction charges because he can easily handle this but he's not. He's just saying F it. But all right, though, I was kind of zoning out on this Trump video, so we're gonna get halfway into this, and I'm gonna react to the rest of it because I wasn't really reacting to it on the last stream, but I got y'all.
Peanuts at an hour before this horrible thing was going to take place, they canceled it, and they actually said they canceled it. They didn't postpone it; they canceled it. So that was a good sign. But we have an armada. We have a massive fleet heading in that direction, and maybe we won't have to use it. We'll see.
You said would you like the supreme leader to step down or to go into exile?
Right now, I don't want to get into that.
I doubt it.
But they know what we're looking for.
You said today that they want
there's a lot of killing going on.
You said today they want to talk and we'll talk. So if you set something up and they asked you to,
I would. But we've talked to them a lot. They should have made a deal before we hit them with the nuclear, because we really that was a devastating hit. That whole area is out of play. And if they try to do it again, they're going to have to go to another area. We'll hit them there too, just as easily, much more easily. Because that was very advanced. They were building that for 10 years. And they'd have to start anew. So, that was a total obliteration.
Are you still planning to go ahead with those tariffs that you had mentioned on the secondary tariffs for those affected by businesses in Iran, the 25% tariffs?
I am doing that, yeah. We're doing that. If you do business with Iran, you're going to have a tariff of 25%.
When should that go into effect?
Yes, and this tariff, well, I'm gonna be honest with you, he's kind of doing the same thing that he did with India and Russia. Is that, look, if you don't stop funding what these guys are doing, you're gonna get hit with 25% tariff. And now he's really putting an economic squeeze on Iran, plus more sanctions on Iran. So yeah, business partners might fall out with them. More sanctions gonna further exacerbate the inflation problem, and let's not forget the water shortage problem. So things are looking real tight in Iran right now, and we'll see what happens, because like I said, it looks like we are positioned to strike. Well, some people say by beginning of February or within the coming days. We'll see.
Very soon.
Do you think there's a possibility that the UK or France could join the Board of Peace?
Well, I think they're going to want to. Look, most countries, some countries have a prohibition, and they're going to their legislatures and getting out. In most countries, the prime minister or the president can sign. You saw a lot of them today. Don't forget, the letter only went out 2 days ago. We had almost 30 people already at very important countries. But there are some countries, like Italy, who told me she wants to sign. She wants to be desperately, but I think she has to go back to her legislative branch, and we have that with Poland too. He said we want to. I mean, I was the one that endorsed him. He's great, by the way. He's doing a great job, Carol. But he has to get an approval. Some have to get an approval, some don't. Most don't, but some do. They have, a legal requirement to get an approval.
Do you envision being chairman of the Board of Peace past your second term in office?
I have the right to be if I want. I'll decide, see what happens. But they'd like me to be. It's in theory for life, but I'm not sure I want that. But it's going to do great work with Gaza and maybe other things. It could be beyond Gaza, and we'll work in terms of the United with the.
Yeah, right now the Board of Peace is just for Gaza, but it might be for other countries as well, as a way to try to put other countries on a stabilized path. A lot of these countries are destabilized, and if this Board of Peace can help out Gaza by trying to get them to self-govern and police themselves while also bring economic opportunity there, then maybe we could do the same for other war-torn countries, like Sudan.
United Nations, who I've always said the United Nations has great potential, but they have not lived up to them. And I say 8 wars, and I never spoke to them. You'd think I would have spoken to them a lot. But the United Nations has great potential. I think working with the Board of Peace is going to be a good thing for the United Nations.
Will you tell us who your Fed pick is?
Said a couple of days ago that there would be something in the works where you could take money out of your 401k to help on purchasing a home. Is that something that the administration is working on?
I'm not a huge fan of other people like it. They're talking about taking money out to put a deposit down in a home. And one of the reasons I don't like it is that their 401ks are doing so well. 401ks are up 80, 90% in some cases. And, you're talking about a lot of people. We're talking about very mainstream. And they're really doing, and the housing market's good, but the 401ks are doing much better than the housing market.
Yeah.
I like keeping their 401k.
I mean, here's a problem, though. I mean, as stock prices rise and all this good stuff, I mean, that means these guys are making money, and there's really not much of an incentive for these guys to make things cheaper if all these companies are making money. So, I mean, like, this is where Trump says we got to bring down gas prices, we got to cover expensing. So that also helps stabilize prices and keep prices from further rising. And then, of course, putting a cap on inflation to making sure it don't go all the way up to that 4 or 5% when we see rapid increase in pricing. So, I mean, yeah, Trump actually does have a good point. He's like, yeah, I mean, because the stock market's going up, people 401ks is doing better. But the problem is your average American is still having an affordability problem. And that's probably the mixed message about the economy doing so well, because it is. It is positive GDP growth, lower inflation. There are prices that went down across the board, but many of Americans in America are still dealing with affordability problem, mainly in blue states.
In great shape. I like keeping their 401ks. I'm not a huge fan of putting down a deposit.
Well, guys, and make sure you guys head over to my Rumble channel, guys. We're going to go ahead and move the campaign over to Rumble because YouTube likes to shadow ban. So if you notice why you ain't see me on in like almost 7 days, that's why. So let's head over to Rumble where they don't do that. And you'll always get my notifications.
I'm so happy with the way 401ks are doing. But you have people tell me they're up 88%. And over the period of a year, over a full year, it's going to be, it's going to be close to 100%. Yes.
Can you tell us back to the Board of Peace? Some of the countries are, I think the permanent members contributed $1 billion. What is that money supposed to be for Gaza?
Countries have already put up $1 billion. Some of the countries have already put up much more than that. That's a lot of money, but it's nothing compared to the value of peace. Peace is so destructive for everyone, even countries that aren't involved. It's so destructive for everybody when you have wars.
Can you tell us who your Fed pick is, sir? Can you tell us who your Fed pick is?
I'll be telling you soon. I have somebody that.
And I said this last time, I wouldn't tell him because as soon as I'm waiting until Powell's out of office, then I'm bringing this guy in because as soon as Trump says something about him, the left is going to go out there and try to dig up dirt, try to crucify this man, try to make it seem like he's some type of economic idiot just to build distrust. I mean, that's what the left is good at doing. That's why if I was Trump, I would also be like, bro, I ain't telling nobody.
I think we'll be very good, but I'm not going to reveal it.
Wall Street? Someone from Wall Street?
That's very respected, very, very well known, and will do, I think, a very good job.
President Putin has said that he may use frozen Russian assets to pay for his entry to the Board of Peace. Are you inclined to let him do that?
Hilarious.
I don't know about that. I mean, I've heard that. Who said that?
President Putin.
It's very interesting.
I mean, here's the thing. He might be able to do that because due to the way the Ukraine peace plan is going, they're saying that, well, Russia does not want their frozen assets to be used to rebuild Ukraine. They honestly think that NATO should fit that bill. And I do too. But yeah, so the way that deal is working now, Russia might be able to actually get some of their frozen funds back, or at least or maybe all of it, to actually pay their way into the Board of Peace, which is actually kind of funny that, the guys who are saying to be warmongers are trying to get into a Board of Peace is actually funny. But I mean, hey, man, this ain't the first time Putin actually tried to show his interest in, peace. And every time he shows interest, we kind of turn the man away and then paint him as a villain.
But he said he's going to use his money.
His frozen assets.
If he's using his money, I think that's fine. Yeah. You're talking about where he said this morning?
Yes.
He's going to join the Board of Peace and he's going to make a contribution of $1 billion. Yeah, by using his money. I mean, if he's using his money, that's great. I think it's important to have everybody in.
Are you concerned about the investigation into Jay Powell, making Jay Powell stay longer on the Fed?
No, I'm not concerned. I mean, we'll have to see what happens. He's too late. just always too late. Despite that, we have interest rates going down. And also he's, building a small complex, the Fed building, and they're going to be close to $4 billion. It's the most expensive job, and it's a renovation. It's the most expensive job per square foot ever built of any kind. It's either gross incompetence or it's worse.
Are you done with the interviewing people for the job?
You worried about the market reaction to your tariffs on Monday and Tuesday?
Market reaction's been good. It was up very big today. It was up big yesterday. It's where it started. It's very close to 50,000 on the Dow. And nobody thought you could be breaking 50,000 during the first year. So we'll see what happens. No, pretty much even, right? It's just about even.
The market came up only after you backed away from your threats.
As of yesterday, the market came up very nicely.
On that 10% cap with the credit cards, is that an end goal? Is it a negotiating point? And are you speaking with certain lawmakers?
People, the credit card companies are getting 28% interest. So a guy goes out, they don't even know it. These are people, regular people. They don't know that they're paying 28%. And then it's a little bit overdue, and they end up having to file for bankruptcy.
Yep.
I'm not gonna let that happen. So,
like I said, it stops predatory lending, and all these credit card companies are crying about, oh, free market. Yeah, I get you. You're right, but yeah, predatory lending though. You guys practice some predatory lending. You give out to people that most likely won't be able to pay this back. But don't worry, you guys will eat off the insurance for the rest of your life and the principle of it. So, yeah, I see why these credit card companies are low-key crying their eyes out, because they won't be able to practice predatory lending. And if you can't get approved at a 10% interest rate, most likely you don't need it. Like, let's be honest. And remember, usury is, it's not really what the Bible teaches. Neither in the Quran or in a lot of other religions, usury is wrong. Even in Judaism, even though they could do it to you, but not to themselves.
it's a 1 year 10% cap on credit cards. We have to get that approved by Congress too. So that's not a no-brainer.
Did you say that you
should be a no-brainer?
Sir, did you say that you spoke with Maria Machado today?
Yeah, I called.
Can you tell us about that conversation?
We have a very good relationship, just to say. She's a good woman. A very nice woman. She's been through
I know Monty was in on the last. My senior comment, Monty, when you said, I called it. And yes, Monty, we did call it. We definitely did call it on this one. She definitely gave that man up. Then she wanted to talk tough, like, oh, bring Maduro back. This is our one leader that we all accept. And while she's making back-end deals with the United States and pretty much, like I say, giving us access to their natural resources, their minerals and all this good stuff. And of course, their oil. And it's actually funny because the president, well, not the president, but the lady we're supposed to bring in, Maria Machado, seems like we're just putting her on the back burner, honestly. But she is kind of acting for the overthrow of, what was it? Cuba, Colombia, and Nicaragua. Like, yeah, she's asking for the destabilization, sorry, but the overthrowing of those three governments. You know what? Maybe we could fit her in one of those, because it doesn't seem like she's going to be wanted in Venezuela.
a lot. And
Delcy Rodriguez.
At the same time, I'll tell you, they're doing a very good job in Venezuela. So it's interesting. I get along with both sides. I get along with everybody but the media. The fake news that I don't get along, but I get along with everybody.
What point will you pivot, sir, to what point will you pivot in Venezuela to say we should have an election there?
I want to see how they do. First of all, they have to, we have to take in a lot of money. We have to get that back. Right now, they're not living well because of what's gone on for years. It's years of socialism and worse. It's really, worse than socialism. But we're going to start drilling very soon. We have the biggest companies in the world. We have them, and they're going to be going in. They're all negotiating right now. And we're representing the nation, and the nation is very thrilled by that because we're really good at this. And they'll be taking in more money than they ever have, but we'll be taking in a lot of money too. That's going to do two things. It's going to make the United States a lot of money, and it's also, it's going to make Venezuela a lot of money, but it's also going to bring down oil prices even further. We have oil prices down in many cases to $2.30 a gallon, and in also numerous cases, $1.99 below $2. There was $4.50, $5, $3.90. I mean, prices are coming down very rapidly, including groceries, including just about everything, and they're starting to come down even more. We're getting them low. I inherited very high prices. You know, when they talk about affordability, they caused it. I inherited very high prices, and we've done a great job. Prices have come down a lot, and I would say led by energy. We're pumping more oil right now. We're drilling more oil than at any time in the history of our country by far.
One more on the Fed, if you will.
And when you add Venezuela to it, it's a tremendous part of the market.
One more on the Fed, if you will. The Supreme Court seems skeptical of your power to remove Lisa Cook from the board. Your reaction to that?
We'll see. I mean, I listened to some. I read some of it.
I mean, hey, it would be a good move to remove one of the boards on the feds, remove one of the boards, get one of your guys in there, then also have one of your guys as the Fed chair. I mean, yeah, he's basically pretty much trying to rule the Fed and trying to invoke his economic policy, which I can't be mad at, because the way Powell is running things, he's basically running us into the ground. He's too reactive. He waits for the bad to happen to start cutting rates or raising them. This is the problem with Powell. Like I said, too late Powell for a reason.
I didn't get that impression other than they thought maybe it should have gone through a more normal court system. But nobody was saying she's innocent. What they're saying is maybe it should have been a longer process. But so we'll see what happens.
Back to Iran for a second. We've seen wild variation in the numbers supposedly killed in those protests. Have you seen a reliable estimate about how many people were killed?
Well, nobody knows the number. I mean, it's a lot no matter what. Hey, if it was one person in this country, if it's one person, it's front page news. It's a lot of people. But there's a difference between a lot and 20,000 people. So we'll find out what it is. We're going to find out exactly what it is.
Have you arranged a meeting with health insurance executives? You had mentioned you would have. When will that be taking place?
With the biggest company, yeah. We have. I mean, what I'd like to see is that the money is paid not to the health insurance or not to the insurance companies, directly to the people into a healthcare account, savings account.
Yep, and that's Trump's proposal. Instead of letting the ASA subsidies of billions of dollars go to these insurance companies that still raise healthcare premiums, he's saying we should make these insurance companies fight for it by giving it to the consumer. Well, I'm sorry, but to the people. And yes, the consumer pretty much. But yeah, we give it to the people, they're going to be more likely to bring down their prices due to competition so they can go ahead and get that subsidy money. Now, how this worked out in the end is yet to be seen, but they are very serious about this plan, and so on, and it does seem it's already being implemented. I mean, Trump already came out with his great healthcare plan, so we'll see how that gets rolled out.
And the people buy their own healthcare. Now, the Democrats don't like that.
And guys, let's not forget, let's make sure to go over to Rumble, guys. We got to take it over on Rumble. I mean, like I said, YouTube said they're going to stand firm with the shadow ban, so I got to take my audience somewhere else that actually appreciates me. All right. Oh, and shout out to my man Gaming. Make sure you go to Rumble.
Because they're owned by the insurance companies. The Democrats are owned by the insurance companies. Obamacare, and I said this for a long time, Obamacare was set up by the insurance companies. They made a fortune. 1,000 points, they're going up 1,000, 1,250, 1,359%. That's all the money pouring in. I want the money to go directly to the people. Let the people buy their own health care. Now, their health care is going to be better, and they'll be paying less money. It's going to be amazing. But we have to get the Democrats to support it, most likely. Yeah.
You're going to Iowa on Tuesday. What's your message there ahead of the midterm elections?
Great to the farmers. The farmers have been great. I helped them out when we were going through the difficulty with China, which we solved. China's buying a lot of product right now, as you know. But while we had that negotiation, and I gave them, billions of dollars, and they were very happy. No, the farmers like Trump, and I like the farmers. I won their vote. I won almost all aspects of a lot of. Look at the auto workers, how well I did with the Teamsters, the auto workers, but the farmers have been
Extremely well.
very special to me, very successful. All 3 terms. I won it all the time. So,
I mean, let's be real. When it comes to steel workers and auto workers, man, those are Trump's best friends at that point. I mean, and they love Trump as well. I mean, yeah, there was that auto worker that called him a pedophile, and it was actually kind of funny because it was funny how even Thomas Massey was like, "Yeah, that guy should be fired. Like, he should be fired." It's like, yo, you have a decorum you're supposed to keep at work. I mean, you doing that, and here's the thing: Trump is one of the reasons why that guy even has a job, and he called him that. Like, the whole reason why your guys haven't been decimated, you're not out there jobless, is because Trump put in tariffs to protect that guy's job that went to call him a pedophile. And I remember I was watching this interview with Andrew Tate, and at a certain point, I kind of felt it when he said, "Bro, you do all this stuff for people, and then you wonder who are you even doing this for?" It's like you go out there, protect all these people's jobs, and one of them has the goal to sit there and try to call you a pedophile after you're the whole reason he still has a job. But I blame ignorance. A lot of people don't know what they do.
I think they're really happy with the farmers, with what's happening.
You've expressed some concern, though, about the midterm elections.
My only concern is that presidents never win. You know, what is it, 2 times in 50 years? Democrat or Republican. Nobody had a better first year than I did. Look at what we've done. We have the greatest economy in the world. We have the greatest investment in a country in history by many times. Nobody's ever had that. Think of it, $18 trillion.
Yeah, I got you, big dog. Shout out Gaming says, "Sorry, I've been MIA. You're all good, my man. I'm gonna support you, my guy. Also, can you play the video I'm gonna send you in Discord chat?" Last question: are you still doing call-ins on Rumble? Yes, I am. I got you, big dog. I mean, shoot, I can go ahead and go ahead and head over to Rumble, and I'm gonna go ahead and post a call-in link in Rumble for my Rumble guys.
We have thousands of businesses being built right now, and they're going to be opening soon, and it's going to be amazing. Also, the great big beautiful bill kicks in now, now and over the next couple of months. That's going to have a huge impact when you have no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. That's going to have a huge impact. Also, the 1-year depreciation is big for businesses. They're going to have to hire a lot of people. So I don't think there's ever been anything like it. I think we have a great country. We have a country back. We were a dead country, and now we're great.
How much travel are you going to do this year, campaign travel?
I mean, that expensing for companies is golden. I mean, the writing off of expensing on equipment, when equipment is literally the biggest expense for all companies is equipment. Yeah, that's going to be major for them. All right, now let's go ahead and get into this media analysis. All right, let's go ahead and start over on the right as we make our way over to the left.
Let's check in on Davos.
My prediction is that there'll be more robots than people. Everyone on Earth is going to have one and going to want one, because who wouldn't want a robot to, assuming it's very safe, watch over your kids, take care of your pet. If you have elderly parents, we are in the most interesting time in history.
A robot who takes care of us?
Oh.
Didn't we already?
Oh, why you gotta make it look creepy? That better not. I don't know. That better not be the robot. Like, come on now. Elon Musk can do way better than this.
Try that with Biden. The auto pen just cut checks, pardoned crooks, and almost bankrupted us. I want a boss with flesh and bones, who I don't need to program and charge his battery. Like the man who never sleeps. Trump is landing back in America tonight after a pretty busy 48 hours in Davos. Mm-hmm. When he was in Switzerland, not sure if you heard, he demoted the UN and created the Board of Peace and packed it with his golfing buddies.
I think, let me see. Yeah, every one of them is a friend of mine. Let's see, a couple I like, a couple I don't like. No, I like, actually, this group, I like every single one of them. Can you believe it? Usually I have about 2 or 3 that I can't stand.
And in a shocking development, Trump named himself the chairman of the board and called it an honor and hired the UN as his secretary.
Once this board is completely formed, we can do pretty much whatever we want to do, and we'll do it in conjunction with the United Nations. You know, I've always said the United Nations has got tremendous potential, has not used it. On the 8 wars that I ended, I never spoke to the United Nations about any of them.
I mean, is this man Trump really trying to make his own United Nations? He said, look, F the United Nations that's supposed to be bringing peace. Don't worry, bro. We got our own thing going on, bro. We got the Board of Peace. And let's be real, the UN, I mean, they're not really too good at bringing peace around the world. But hopefully Trump's little Board of Peace can actually do something. It's kind of funny that Putin said this is why he wants to be a part of it, because it does sound like Trump is making his own United Nations. I mean, well, I mean, isn't that a big old middle finger to the United Nations? We got our own thing going on with the Board of Peace.
This is what happens when you say,
and we thought it'd be just for Gaza, but as Trump said, you know, it might be for other countries too. I'm like, oh, so the United Nations actually got, you know, a competitor here. They might actually want to start doing their job.
Sabotage Trump's escalator, and Jimmy with his teleprompter. The Trump Board of Peace already
Hey, shout out to my man Josh for following me on Rumble. I just seen it. Appreciate you, my man.
doing more than the UN. We're building golf clubs in Gaza. The only thing they'll be fighting over now is tea times.
This is a great location. It all begins. See, I'm a real estate person at heart, and it's all about location. And I said, look at this location on the sea. Look at this beautiful piece of property, what it could be for so many people. It'll be so great. People that are living so poorly are going to be living so well.
Look into the future. The Board of Peace is envisioning what looks like Dubai on the Mediterranean. Kind of looks like a Muslim Miami Beach.
Yeah.
But just because it's the Board of Peace doesn't mean we're not going to get a piece of the action.
What about the formation of the Peace Summit? And I was like, is that PIEC?
Now, I ain't gonna lie, the optics of it is pretty savage. I'm not even gonna lie to you. Like, you know, these people basically did get bombed to hell, had 70% of their land decimated, just for us to move on in and build resorts, you know. I mean, on top of the dead Palestinians buried amongst the rubble and in the dirt that, well, Israel bombed them into. So, what is being built on is actually pretty effed up. But, I mean, you know, I'll be honest with you. It's really hard to frame this as a good thing, to be real with you. Like, I want to, but on the backdrop on what this was built on, it's kind of like, this isn't really a good look. But, I mean, hey, second Dubai, right? You know, that should be cool.
You know, a little piece of Greenland, a little piece of Venezuela.
Elon's got Gutfeld writing his jokes. Poor guy. But he's right. It's not just a little piece of Greenland. Trump says we're getting full access.
I'm not going to have to pay anything. We're going to have total access to Greenland. We're going to have all military access that we want. We're going to be able to put what we need on Greenland because we want it. We're talking about national security and international security. So we're going to not have to pay anything other than the fact that we are building the Golden Dome and the gold.
Yeah, all Trump had to do was sign a piece of paper and he got everything he wanted. He's like, oh, all right, so you're telling me that I don't have to pay for anything. I don't got to use military force, which would be paying for that. You're pretty much just going to give me everything I wanted because, well, he made a threat. So everybody folded, and now he's letting Europe posture as if they stopped the big bad Trump, but really they handed everything over to Trump. Even Putin has criticized them, going like, whoa, I thought y'all said y'all was going to back Greenland up. Not just sign it over to the man, because that's basically what they did. They signed it over to us. I mean, we got mining rights in certain places. We got permission to build more military bases and to install the Golden Dome. So, I mean, we basically got what we wanted. I mean, you can call it 4D chess at this point if you want to.
Golden Dome is going to be something that's going to be very amazing.
Y'all outsmarted them.
The deal right now, and it's still being hashed out, will give the United States pockets of sovereignty. Basically, huge chunks of territory run like American embassies all over the island. Right now, we just have one military base there. We'll be adding dozens more. We're also getting major mineral rights. We'll get rights of first refusal, and we'll get veto power over Russian and Chinese mining operations. The deal also includes missile rights for the Golden Dome and an enhanced NATO presence. And Greenland not saying no.
We are willing to discuss and do more. We have a responsibility. So let's talk about it through the right channels in a respectful manner. Then I I'm sure we can work something out that benefits all of us.
If Greenland keeps behaving, we might let them have a hockey team. And maybe we'll film some movies up there, open up a Walmart. See that, Europe? That's good parenting. You behave, you get a treat. NATO isn't even getting in the way. The chief says it's basically a done deal.
All of this is not about Greenland or the Arctic. First of all, this is about how can we protect ourselves against our adversaries. Our main adversary is Russia for NATO. And of course, we see China massively building up. So let's not be naive about China. But Russia is our main adversary.
The Europeans threw a tantrum and finally daddy came home. But the Germans are jealous. But let's be honest, the Germans have daddy issues.
Protect Denmark, Greenland, the North from the threat posed by Russia.
Well, the last time Germany tried to protect somebody, Austria got invaded. The Germans need to settle down. Germany's like an abusive father. They ignore you until they want something, and then they hit you and tell you it's only because I love you. President Trump says if anything happened to Greenland, we'd be there for NATO. But when something happened to us on 9/11, was NATO there for us?
We've never needed them. We have never really asked anything of them. You know, they'll say they sent some troops to Afghanistan or this or that. And they did. They stayed a little back, a little off the front lines.
We thank NATO for helping us in the war on terror. We thank them a lot.
I mean, let's be real, it's a one-way relationship. I mean, let's be real, guys. If one of these NATO countries got attacked, yeah, they can depend on the United States to solve it, unless it's unless it's Russia or China. But outside of those guys, we can solve that problem. But now, if a country was to attack us, would NATO back us up? Because not really, because it seems as soon as we go after our own self-interest, all of them was ready to turn against us. They was ready to it looked like they were ready to fight us. So it did kind of make NATO like kind of show their hand a little bit. It's like, oh, so you're also in fear of the same power that protects you. And anytime we exert that power, you guys go off in this, well, I'm be real with you, kind of a pathetic, fearful position. It's like, oh, well, you guys are just going to move 30 troops in, which is pathetic because 30,000, okay, that'd have been nice. But 30, or I think it was like 30 or 50 troops, and you thought that was going to stop America? Yeah, we all know that was good posturing. I mean, and now that we know that NATO came and pretty much written off Greenland to America, we kind of know that it was all just posturing. They had never had no real intention of trying to fight us. They were all just playing tough for the world to see, as making the world think that, oh, somebody can actually stand up to America and make them back down. No, they stood up to us and then they kind of backed down themselves, but they turned to their people to make it seem like, oh, we actually fought back against America. We stopped them from taking over Greenland. No, you kind of written over Greenland over to us. Just like Denmark pretty much gave over the mining rights to China. I mean, yeah, kind of did the same thing, except with a different superpower.
The president's point was we can't rely on a small country like Denmark to protect a huge island in our own hemisphere. Even Zelensky gets it. He's calling the Europeans weak wafflers with their hands out.
Hey, and shout out to my man Wright. He says this shouldn't have taken America. He said this shouldn't have taken America threatening EU over Greenland. NATO finally getting the picture. Yeah, that's true. They finally getting the picture that we're not playing with them. It's like, and here's the thing, they're also getting the picture that yes, we were serious about our Western hemispherical dominance. We're serious about making sure that every country in our hemisphere is aligned with our interests. We're trying to move all the Chinese and Russia influence out of there. They get it now. And I mean, let's be honest, when they pulled up to defend Greenland, it was pretty much defending Chinese interests at that point. And if you don't know, yes, Denmark sold a lot of the mining rights to China. I mean, when Trump said he was trying to protect Greenland from Chinese and Russian influence, it was already too late on the Chinese side. So we'll see where that goes.
Needs to know how.
But shout out to my man Wright on Rumble, man. Appreciate the support. Send in a Rumble rant. So shout out. And guys, let's go ahead and move over to Rumble, man. Let's go ahead and, well, not fully abandon YouTube, but let's go ahead and get off here until these guys learn how to treat creators fairly.
To defend itself. Europe looks.
No, I'd rather bring the business over to Rumble, who don't censor. I mean, I can say whatever I want on Rumble. They don't shadow ban. I mean, all you just need is enough engagement to get your stuff going. And this is one of the reasons why I kind of just ignored Rumble for a little bit, because I thought, YouTube was going to play fair, but they're showing that they're not.
Lost trying to convince the US president to change. But he will not change.
I think the view should speak for
President
itself.
Trump loves who he is. And he says he loves Europe, but he will not listen to this kind of Europe.
Wow, look at Zelensky, all grown up. He put on a suit, got a job, stopped asking for money. And at first, Zelensky cried and stomped his feet, remember? But then he realized Dad was right. That's why Z's calling Trump strong and Europe weak. Sure, Europe was throwing money at them, but does money solve everybody's problems? Sometimes it spoils them. A good parent teaches their kids respect and gives them deadlines. A bad parent just gives them cash and never checks in. Like the auto pen. Biden threw cash around all over the world, tried to bribe his problems away, and the world walked all over him. Biden and Barack Obama got along so well with Europe because they both believed the West was in decline, and they never did anything about it. They just managed their own decline.
Yeah.
Now, this may be acceptable.
I mean, yeah, further selling out to foreign interests. I mean, further selling out to China, which Barack Obama did. They gave the man golf clubs for it. I mean, further, letting Russia get their way with Ukraine. I mean, remember, the annexing of Crimea happened under Obama, and then the invasion of Ukraine happened under Biden. So all of our adversaries actually gained power under these two.
In Europe, but when Donald Trump was elected president of the United States, everything changes. We're in a moment of radical change. These moments come maybe like once a century.
Yo, what's going on, Jet? Just go ahead and make your way over to Rumble, bro. Like YouTube, I'm not even doing it with them. Just go ahead and make your way over to Rumble, and let's go ahead and get the support up over there. And shout out to my man. I think this might be gaming. Let me know if this is you. Wait, it is gaming. All right, yeah. Shout out gaming. He said, yep, this is gaming, just different username. Look, broski, ain't you glad we pressured you to get Rumble Premium? At this point, I ain't gonna lie to you. I low-key am. I ain't gonna lie. I was over here thinking about how I could beat the shadow ban. I'm just like, well, I guess the only thing I really can do is bring my audience over to Rumble where they won't hide my content from you guys. That's the only thing I can do until either it's lifted or it might be forever. And like I said, YouTube, they just gonna gaslight the hell out of me. I mean, I've been showing them my statistics and all this good stuff, proving to them that there's a shadow ban or a restriction on my content. But hey, man, you try to tell YouTube something, they sit there and gaslight you until you don't believe your lying eyes. I'm like, okay. After that, I mean, it is what it is. You got to kind of work around it.
AI,
but according to YouTube, my channel is working a-okay. Going from 100K viewers average on your live all the way down to like 200 or 100. That's normal, guys. That's completely normal. It's not a shadow ban. That's just how everything works, according to YouTube.
Trade, China, it's all happening. And America's taking the lead. Iranian nukes, Maduro, Gaza. Now the Cuban.
Hey, and shout out to my man Chase. He says member for 5 months and the shadow ban. And yes, bro, been here for 5 months. Shout out to my man Chase. But and Chase, bro, try to go over there to Rumble as well, bro. I'm trying to take the gang over to Rumble, and we're actually gonna start having more Rumble exclusive content as well. I mean, y'all can still stay here and support on YouTube and all that good stuff. But shoot, I'm trying to bring you guys over there to Rumble where we can dominate on there, get some good engagement, and we ain't got to worry about YouTube censorship or shadow banning.
The communist regime might be about to collapse. NATO's back together. The TikTok deal just went through. The Taiwan trade deal just got papered. And the Board of Peace licking its chops, wondering how to price seaside condos on the Mediterranean. Everything is falling into place. But Gavin Newsom's in Davos holding up props like Carrot Top, making gay oral sex jokes. Listen.
You're running around distributing knee pads to CEOs. And I think
Nah, gaming, you funny as hell. Like, who are you to question YouTube? I mean, you're right at that point. You're right. That's basically what they told me, bro. That's basically what they told me. Who is you to question us? Do not believe your lying eyes. I don't care what your analytics show you. This is how it normally works. I'm like, okay. All right. Yep. I'm taking my people out.
It does, handing them out. And it does, I do have a few if you'd like. I don't know. And honestly, it sounds. And by the way, I'm not kidding. They're the new Trump signature series knee pads. Yeah, and they are available online. I told you the last one sold out.
I'm crying. And, Trump knee pads, though. Hey, no, that's funny. Weird Gav bring knee pads to Davos. I mean, it is kind of weird. Like, oh yeah, and if you're to support Trump, I got your knee pads for you. I'm like, damn it, that's funny. I ain't gonna lie, that's kind of funny. That's supreme trolling right there. That's tier 1 trolling. He broke out knee pads. You know what? I might want to I might have to steal that one.
And I just want to sort of.
It's a serious moment. It actually
is it?
We laugh. Anyway, these are available and in bulk too.
Gavin stalked Air Force One to Switzerland and waved around knee pads. It's kind of weird. Gavin officiates gay weddings in San Francisco and
bro got knee pads
hawks
on
knee
deck.
pads for $100 a pop. What does Gavin think this is a WNBA game? Throwing around sex toys? Where does he get all of these knee pads anyway? It's none of my business.
Yo, shout out to my man Monty. He says, so he's like, you didn't do your rain dance with your ice cream on one leg. That's the issue. Oh, and the two-factor identification as well. Yeah, I know. I actually showed Monty one of the messages from, I believe, like a specialist and a manager from YouTube. And that's literally what they're trying to tell me. Supervisor was trying to tell me, oh, no, just stay off for 24 hours. Things will be better. Well, obviously, you could tell that was a lie. So, like I said, I just kind of give up with them. I give up with them. I'm just going to go ahead and keep it with my guys on Rumble. F YouTube.
Then he started whining that Trump wouldn't let him in the club.
I was going to speak last night. It was a well-established event at the USA House. Simple conversation, discussion. After Trump's speech, they made sure that I didn't. They made sure it was canceled. And that's what's happening in the United States of America. Freedom of expression, freedom of assembly, freedom of speech. It's America in reverse.
If the bouncer doesn't let you in the door, don't moan. Just do what Melania says and be better. Who follows a sitting president overseas and then starts throwing around sex equipment? Now, I wouldn't let you in the club either. When Gavin got a chance to speak, he just sounded like Jessica Tarlov, who I love.
I want you to know Donald Trump is an historic president. That's absolutely correct. He's historically unpopular in the United States of America. In every category, he's underwater. He will be remembered in years, not decades.
Gavin's a lame duck governor running for president, and he's acting like one of these Minneapolis mommies with a whistle, chasing down men and getting in their way and screaming. Trump's cabinet's getting kind of creeped out. They're calling him a psycho San Francisco Ken doll. Listen.
The Treasury Secretary described you as Patrick Bateman meets Sparkle Beach Ken. The White House Communications Director.
That was the U.S. Secretary of Treasury.
I have a couple more, and then you can respond. The White House Communications Director called you Gavin Newsom, and
Newsom.
Is that kind of discourse from you, from them, good for America?
No, it's deeply unbecoming. Come on, of course it is. It's not what we should be doing. The Treasury Secretary talked about a Barbie doll. It was as if he was reading a diary and had just broken up with someone.
Why is Newsom getting emotional? The only one more emotional than Newsom's Canada.
Canada doesn't live because of the United States. Canada thrives because we are Canadian.
No one cares about Canada. We love them, but we don't think of them, ever. No one else does either. We trade. Sometimes they're in the Stanley Cup. That's it. All of a sudden, after no one's heard from Canada since the 18th century, Gavin slapped on his knee pads and started looking up north.
Destruction is not strength. The Trump administration is weakness masquerading as strength.
Really?
And people need to understand that. I respect what Carney did because he had courage of convictions. He stood up. And I think we need to stand up in America and call this out with clarity. We can lose our republic as we know it. Our country can become unrecognizable in a matter of months, just not years. It is code red.
Does Kneepad Newsom even know what he's doing over there? He's colluding with foreign countries to undermine the sitting president of the United States, the president who achieved peace in the Middle East and got our hands on Greenland.
He don't
Newsom's
care.
Trying to
Bro, he does not care, bro. This man has a special hatred for Trump. It's all about undermining Trump. I mean, instead of worrying about the unaffordability in his state, the fact that the burnt down homes are not being built and are turned into apartment complexes, he's not dealing with any of that. He's just following around, dick riding Trump hating. I mean, I couldn't imagine a more pathetic life. Like, bro, you're the governor of California. You should be out there helping California, but except you're all the way over here in somewhere else outside of California, I think outside the country, crying about Trump. Crying about Trump where there's like, bro, a laundry list of problems going on in your state. I mean, this is crazy. It's crazy how this man still gets voted for. I am amazed. Like, you got to give it to the delusion of some of these people in California. You got to give it to them because this is A1 if you think this one. A1 delusion if you think this guy over here is a good leader.
Form an anti-American alliance to take him
Good
out.
talker, though. I'll give him that.
Could you imagine if Trump, when he was running for president, followed Barack Obama to Davos and told Europe to stop slobbering all over him?
Hilarious.
Politics stops at the water's edge, they say. Whatever happened to the rules and norms that Democrats always say they want to uphold? Gavin only gets attention when he drafts off other people. No one listens to his podcasts unless he has Charlie Kirk on or Shapiro or Bannon. He picks a fight with Florida just so he can debate with DeSantis on Fox. He drafts off Air Force One and makes a scene in the Swiss Alps like he's some sex toy salesman. Gavin could have gone over there like a gentleman and showed off his foreign policy chops.
Yeah.
What's the Gavin Newsom doctrine? I'm interested. What does Governor Newsom see happening in the next 10 years? We looked through his little speech. He never once mentioned Arctic security, Greenland, minerals, Russia, Ukraine, or...
No, all things that would benefit America. He did not talk about. It was just in the F Trump agenda. That's what kills me about Newsom. I'm like, there's so many things you be talking about, like how this could benefit America or how this could benefit your people or what you can do to better your state. Literally probably the richest state in America. Let's be real. California is still the richest state of America, even though millions of dollars is leaving it every year. Still, though, richest state. I mean, you could be promoting that. You could be trying to make that better, but you're over here following Donald Trump around with knee pads with his name on it. I mean, bro, the person who need to wear those knee pads is you, Gavin. You're the ones who need to wear those knee pads because you was on my man's jock. All right, bro? You need to hop off this man's dick at a certain point.
Even NATO.
Let it breathe,
He gave a campaign
bro.
speech to people who can't vote. And he tried to get kicked out to get a headline. Gavin can't make it on his own. He's an empty suit. And the only time he makes news is when he picks a fight with someone successful or his state catches on fire. This pick-me governor is a thirsty clout chaser slinging sex gear for ink. Stephen A., he gave him the spanking he was dying for.
To go over there and to be in the presence of other European leaders speaking against the president of the United States. I'm not down with that.
Not crap.
Y'all might.
All right, damn. A shout out to Rumble. It's gonna go ahead and make me read this ad though, but I gotta read it to you. You've probably noticed Rumble is growing fast and it's not slowing down. They're building a real alternative to big tech that puts creators first and actually protects free speech. And now there's Rumble Premium, an easy way to upgrade your experience with Premium. You get ad-free viewing across the platform, no pre-rolls, no interruptions, just the content you came for. Plus, Rumble Premium members unlock exclusive content bonuses like videos, behind-the-scene drops, and more from your favorite creator, like me. Right now, Rumble is offering $10 off an annual subscription. Just go to rumble.com/premium and use the promo code STUDIO at checkout. That's rumble.com/premium, promo code STUDIO. No ads, more freedom, and content you actually care about. That's the deal. And all right, guys, let's get back to the show. And shout out to Rumble Premium. Oh, shout out to these guys. And I know that shout out to Rumble. They help you read out, ads to help you earn more money and all that good stuff. So shout out to Rumble.
I'm not down with that. When we go somewhere else, it's America first. You know, our problems, are our problems. But we ain't taking dirty laundry outside. You don't go on a world stage to disrespect your own house.
Literally.
Which is the United States of America.
Nah, cook, Steven.
I don't like that at all.
Nah, cook, brother. Because, bro, I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, hold on, dog. Like, you're talking ish about your own country. I hope you know this. You're talking all the crap you're worried about your own country on the global stage to other countries. And you're the governor of our richest state, of our most prominent state, and you're out here just shit talking the president? I mean, crazy work, but it goes to show you. People will turn against America to hate Trump. That's how crazy it is. That's how wild TDS is. People will want the worst for America if it makes Trump look bad. That's where we're at.
And to be in the presence of other European leaders speaking against the president of the United States, I'm not down with that.
Me neither.
Y'all might be, I'm not down with that. When we go somewhere else, it's America first. You know, our problems, are our problems. But we ain't taking dirty laundry outside. You don't go on a world stage to disrespect your own house, which is the United States of America. I don't like that at all. Not even a little bit.
Nah, and shout out to my man Gaming. He says, imagine being so creepy you feel the need to follow a sitting president around the globe on his business affairs. Trump supporters will use the knee pads when he gets his face out Pelosi's coochie. Whoa! When he gets his face out Pelosi's coochie. No. I ain't gonna lie, that would call me off guard. Like, dang. Guys, make sure to head over to Rumble where all the fun is at, man. Let's go ahead and leave YouTube and let's go ahead and support your boy on Rumble, man. Let's, guys, they're trying to shadow ban us on Rumble, so we got to go ahead. Well, not on Rumble, but on YouTube. So we got to move to Rumble where there's no shadow ban and they treat all creators equally. At this point, I'm a spokesman for Rumble at this point. YouTube, you're going to turn me against y'all.
The Obama crew gave him another spanking. David Axelrod said this, boy, I tell you what, Newsom's a whip-smart, charismatic Pole. His critiques of Trump are right. But this why can't people just be as courageous as me routine is tedious.
Bruh.
Haven't we seen enough self-puffery in our leaders? Kneepad Newsom's got to grow up, but self-puffery.
That's crazy. Why can't people just be as courageous as me? Routine is yeah. Haven't we seen enough oh wow. Self-puffery in our leaders? That's true. I mean, let's be real. Trump is already a self-aggrandizing figure. I mean, Gavin Newsom is basically doing the same thing Trump is doing. He's doing the same trolling Trump is doing. I mean, like I said, for all this, I hate Trump. I mean, you follow the man. It seems like you idolize him. I always do say the line between love and hate is a very thin line. I mean, it is.
In our leaders. Kneepad Newsom's got to grow up, boy. But there's no father figure in the Democratic Party to discipline him and show him the ropes. Joe Biden's asleep at the beach. Obama's in Honolulu getting neutered by Michelle on Call Her Daddy. Bill Clinton, he's been held in contempt.
Nah, bro, I ain't gonna lie. Let me see if I can find it because no, he's not lying, bro. Bro literally got neutered by his wife on Call Her Daddy. And I'm just like, Michelle, bro, can you just shut the F up and leave? Bro, look, I may not even like this guy like that, Barack, but I mean, you don't deserve that type of disrespect, though. And you just disrespecting my boy's name at this point. Damn near, bro. Here it is. Bro, check this out, guys. Check this beat.
All of that just disappeared. I was a dean of students. I was like, oh, you guys, all of that just disappeared in the course of this whole election. And you now see me as just Barack Obama's wife. So that made me say, what, that quickly, my shoes become the most important thing about me, right? And again, not unique to me. It can happen to the best of us. So I shied away from fashion leading the conversation, but I knew I didn't completely control it. So let's lean in. I was a dean of students. I was like, oh, you guys, all of that just disappeared in the course of this whole election. And you now see me as just Barack Obama's wife. So that made me say, what, that quickly, my shoes become the most important thing about me, right? And again, not unique to me. It can happen to the best of us. So I shied away from fashion leading the conversation, but I knew I didn't completely control it.
So you were, lady, that's all we known you for was the first lady. We would not have known who you were if it wasn't for Barack Obama. So it is kind of crazy how she has this, I don't know, it's like you could tell she let the fame go to her head where she literally thought that people liked her outside of Barack Obama being her husband. Like, lady, the only reason why you got notoriety is because of your husband. Let's just keep it real. I mean, you should show him a little bit more respect since that's the only reason we even know your name. I mean, you're known as Michelle Obama, Barack Obama's wife, and that's all you'll ever be known throughout time. Even if you divorce the man, we will still only know you as the ex-wife of an ex-president. That's it. That's all you'll be ever known for. So get used to it. That is your faith, and you should be happy about it. I mean, a lot of women should be happy about their name being, well, I'm gonna be real with you, aggrandized by their man. I mean, what? That's crazy. That's crazy. But it is what it is. This is what I mean. Pretty much neuter her husband on Call Her Daddy. Pretty much said that, yo, she don't really even respect the fact that the only reason why people know her is because of her husband. And I guess the rumors might be somewhat true that these two are beefing right now. Because, I mean, damn, why would you throw your boy under the bus like this?
Attempt for hiding over Epstein. Who else is left? Al Gore? Gore is 77. And we're hearing reports that he was booing Trump's cabinet in Davos.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click. All right, speaking of my man, Sean Hannity, let's get over to what he's saying, and then we're going to move our way over to the left, and let's see what they're complaining about. Because on the left, man, look, guys, it's already going to be quite the show with these guys, man. I mean, they're talking about 5-year-old girl locked up, how Trump's Venezuelan strike complicates China's Latin America plan, which is a good thing, but I want to see how they're going to frame it as a bad thing. Hopefully they don't.
California, or rather...
Oh, and shout out to my man Monty. He says, let me buy half the channel, LOL. I'm crying. Wait, man. Give it like 3 months before I just want to go ahead and be like, F it, man. Just throw the channel away. Y'all got it. Give me like 3 months to see if we can get this shadow ban out the way. But right now, the YouTube is about to be mainly turned into like a clips and shorts channel. Because the shorts still get views and all that good stuff. But like I said, they're no longer pushing my lives on the shorts feed, which has dramatically reduced my viewership on my lives. So it is what it is. So we'll see. Give it 3 months and we'll see where we're at then. But shout out my man Monty. Appreciate that. I'm not sure if you were joking or not, but hey.
Europe. Apparently, Gavin Newsom has completely abandoned his elected role as governor and he's decided to become a world traveler and, of course, obsessive, compulsive Trump stalker, full-time podcaster, full-time Tweety bird. But today at Davos, Newsom was humiliated once again for his very bizarre behavior. We report, you decide, take a look.
I want to read you a couple of things the U.S. government has said about you in the last 24 hours or so.
The U.S. government.
The Treasury Secretary.
When you put it
the Treasury Secretary described you as Patrick Bateman meets Sparkle Beach Ken. The White House Communications Director.
That was the U.S. Secretary of Treasury.
I have a couple more, and then you can respond. The White House Communications Director called you Gavin Newsom, and an official White House account, a federal government account, described you with I'd say very online sexual slur that people here probably don't want to hear at 8:30 in the morning. And you're in some sense responding in kind, and waving the knee pads around.
Fire with fire.
Do you think? Should you? I mean, is that kind of discourse from them good for America?
No, it's deeply unbecoming. Come on, of course it is. It's not what we should be doing.
Yeah, I know. It's extremely divisive, but you're doing it anyway. I mean, you have a pretty powerful voice in America, like it or not. Gavin Newsom does, but he uses it to, fearmonger, stoke fear in the American people and make them feel like they're in an authoritarian regime. According to this guy, he's the one who this guy the one that adds on to the fire. When we tell people to turn down the temperature, we're mainly talking about Gavin Newsom, like mainly him.
But you've got to point out the absurdity.
Talk about the absurdity. By the way, the resemblance to Sparkle Ken, kind of remarkable.
And watching Gavin spiral into bizarre irrelevancy is a sight to see, even touting knee pads during interviews. Not making that up either. Now, there is a major issue standing in his way. He was a terrible governor in every way. There's the knee pads. How great. In every way. And still is, virtually bankrupting his state with multi-billion-dollar boondoggles, billions and billions in handouts to illegal immigrants in his sanctuary state of California, leading, of course, mathematically to massive budget deficits. He's got the highest income taxes, sales taxes, gas taxes.
I mean, here's the thing. That's just across the board when it comes to blue states. Blue states are the most unaffordable states in America. Blue states and blue cities are the most unaffordable places to live in America. Think about this. In the red state of Georgia, you want to know the most unaffordable place to live in Georgia? Atlanta. You ever been to downtown Atlanta? Extremely expensive. People, I mean, just around Atlanta in general is extremely expensive because it's a blue city. I mean, bro, the most expensive places in red states are blue cities. High crime, blue cities. It's like, bruh. So when a blue state, I'm gonna be honest with you, has the highest taxes in the land, it makes sense because all of these blue states are, let's be real, less affordable to live. I mean, yeah, they're less affordable to live in than red states. And I think that the Republicans need to harp on that point.
In the entire country. The worst homeless problem
it's an easy
in the entire country.
Easy win.
Something he's on tape promising he would fix in 2014. Didn't work. The largest mass migration out of his state in history. And he's in Davos.
Oh, and shout out Monty. He says, nah, I want to be a partner of S.E.T Media, LOL. I'm half serious, not going to lie. All right, shoot. All right, we can talk about that. Shout out my man Gaming. Can you play the video I sent you in Discord chat, split in 3 ways? Got you. Wait, Discord chat in the general, probably in the general, or you probably send it to me personally. And shout out to my man Monty coming in. He says we need S.E.T Media merch. And shout out you guys for Rumble Rants. And shout out Monty coming in again. First product can be a TDS liberal tier bucket. I mean, for your wife's around the house cleaning, she can have comical relief with this TDS mop bucket. You pour your liberal tears into here and give your house a sparkling clean with liberal tears. I mean, hey, I could write a good little ad for that.
Stalking Trump full time, waving around knee pads. I'd be embarrassed for the guy, but he doesn't seem to be embarrassed himself. It is simply pathetic, but it's also kind of funny. And to be honest, only moments ago, President Trump, he truthed out in part, quote, Gavin Newsom as a lame duck governor of a failing state should not be at Davos running around screaming for attention of foreign leaders and embarrassing our country, and made a mockery of himself and everybody, including his own staff, and he knows it. Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere.
All right, let's go to this 5-year-old boy apparently taken by ICE. So let's go ahead and get into this because you already know they're going to radicalize it. So let's get into more radicalizing people against ICE.
Conejo Romas being taken by ICE agents in his family's driveway after getting home from preschool on Tuesday. Now, what exactly led up to this moment is in dispute tonight. Here's what the Department of Homeland Security is saying, that they were targeting the boy's father, who is from Ecuador. But when ICE agents approached them in the driveway, DHS says the dad took off and, quote, fled on foot, abandoning his child. The father was eventually apprehended and both were taken into custody together, the father and the son. The school district released a video of that moment showing the chaotic scene that many people in Minneapolis say has become all too familiar since those 3,000 federal immigration agents have arrived in their city.
I mean, yeah, maybe a kid, but don't mean it might not be an anchor baby. Don't mean that the parents might not be illegals and they got to take the kid with them. What you think they're going to do? Just leave the kid there? Like, I'm sorry, but let's just add some common sense to this. Let's just say, and we don't know now, but I'm going to assume that the parents' probably papers weren't good or under, like I said, undocumented, period. and the kid got to go too. Now the kid got to be brought into a detention facility because the parents are illegals, or maybe the parent that they're with is an illegal and they need to bring the kid into holding. I mean, it is what it is.
As a child.
No context though.
It's a story that even the vice president acknowledged today sounded terrible when he first heard it. But while he was in Minneapolis on the ground today, J.D. Vance argued that after learning more about what happened in the video that you saw, he says the child's detention was justified.
I see this story, and I'm a father of a 5-year-old, actually, a 5-year-old little boy, and I think to myself, oh my God, this is terrible. How did we arrest a 5-year-old? Well, I do a little bit more follow-up research. And what I find is that the 5-year-old was not arrested, that his dad was an illegal alien. And then when they went to arrest his illegal alien father, the father ran. So the story is that ICE detained a 5-year-old. Well, what are they supposed to do? Are they supposed to let a 5-year-old child freeze to death? Are they not supposed to arrest an illegal alien in the United States?
Now, attorneys for the family are arguing tonight that they have an active case, an active asylum case, and therefore they are in the country legally. They also say the dad here has no criminal record. And what we do know also from school district officials, as we're still trying to learn more about this, is that Liam is one of 4 of their students who have been detained by ICE in the last few weeks. The school board chair who witnessed Liam's detention today rejected how the vice president justified what happened.
I heard, "What are you doing? Don't take the child." His mom, like, there are people here that can take him. There was another adult who lived in the home that was there saying, "I will take the child. I will take the child." Somebody else was yelling. They saw that I was there and said, "School is here. They can take the child. You don't have to take them."
How the vice president justified what happened.
I heard, "What are you doing? Don't take the child." His mom, like, there are people here that can take him. There was another adult who lived in the home that was there saying, "I will take the child. I will take the." Child. Somebody.
Oh, thanks, bro. So pretty much what I was going off on about is like, hold on now. Like, no, we can't just give the kid to the school because, like I said, nobody in that school is a kid legal guardian. And yeah, she said there was somebody at the house who said they'll take the kid, but we don't know if that guy's legal guardian of the kid, especially just running up to the scene and saying, I live in the house too. I live in the house too. Bro, we don't know who the F you are. We're not sure if you're the mom, dad, uncle, or you're the legal guardian who the parents switched it over to. I mean, yeah, we just can't give the kid to anybody without confirmation. So the kid is going to have to be detained. I mean, this is the reality of it. And this is the situation that his parents put him in. The parents. I know it sucks to have to lock up a 5-year-old, but when your legal guardians aren't legal and we can't find a legal guardian for you in the United States that's supposed to be here, that's what we got to do until we can. And I'm sorry, but somebody just running up saying, "Oh, I'll take the kid. I'll take the kid." That's not how it works. Even if that guy or that person was a legal guardian, they're going to have to wait.
A home that was there saying, "I will take the child. I will take the child." Somebody else was yelling. They saw that I was there and said, "School is here. They can take the child. You don't have to take them."
Oh yeah, shout out. Yeah, not detained, but brought into protective custody. Yes, that's what it's called. Sorry, it was skipping my mind. I just kept saying detained. I was like, I know to get taken to something else, but yeah, protective custody.
And there were there was ample opportunity to be able to safely hand that child off to adults. And mom was there. She saw out the window and dad was yelling, "Please do not open the door. Don't open the door."
Open that door.
We know Liam and his father are being held at an ICE facility in Texas this evening. And this comes as the Justice Department also announced today that they've arrested the 3 people who interrupted a church service in St. Paul on Sunday. They were there protesting a pastor who appears to be a top ICE official in the Twin Cities. And the Department of Homeland Security shared the images of all the protesters who were arrested. And then the White House account, though, shared one that stood out. That's because it's a fake version of one of those photos. You can look at them side by side here. The White House implicitly confirmed to CNN that it did, in fact, alter this photo and knowingly posted it because officials directed us, when we asked about the tweet, to another post from a spokesperson that says, "Enforcement of the law will continue. The memes will continue. Thank you for your attention to this matter." That side by side tonight, and also as we were trying to learn more, is what leads us to our lead source tonight, the Democratic senator from Minnesota, Tina Smith, who's been very outspoken.
But this is crazy. So we're just supposed to be giving little kids out to what? Anybody that's not confirmed just because they walked up and said, "Oh, I'm the legal guardian." It's like, that's not how it works. Like, it's kind of crazy how they're framing this. Like, this is crazy. They're trying to radicalize people into thinking that ICE is kidnapping 5-year-old boys when no. Let's explain the situation with full context. Most likely that kid's parents were undocumented or illegal, so they had to bring him into protective custody because, well, apparently it doesn't look like he have a legal guardian that's supposed to be here. Sadly.
About all of this. And so, Senator, it's great to have you back here, given obviously what's been happening in your home state these last few weeks. I want to start, though, this 5-year-old who's now in ICE custody with his father tonight. What, if anything, have you heard about what happened here?
Well, I spoke with the attorney for this family first thing this morning. And of course, what they've said is what the eyewitnesses there at the scene said, which is that there were adults there that were prepared to take this child. It's also really important to understand that this father, the man, is not illegal. He is actively seeking asylum in this country. He is here legally. So we have
Whoa, what?
and that this father, the man, is not illegal. He is actively seeking asylum in this country. He is here.
Okay, so he was with his father, who is an asylum seeker. Now, if it's through the TPS program, remember, TPS guys, I mean, their status has been revoked. So does he fall under that revoked status of TPS? And I mean, was his asylum seeking through the Temporary Protective Service, which is the TPS, which was enacted, which was pretty much put into place by Biden?
Legally. So we have yet another example of somebody who is here in the United States legally being detained and being shipped off to Texas, this time with his 5-year-old child. And I was so struck by what the superintendent of the Columbia Heights.
Oh yeah, shout out my man Gary Jr. for follow me on Rumble, man. Of course, Josh, Only Hobgoblin. Appreciate the support, my dog, and Clark's Classic. Appreciate you guys for pulling up.
School district who has watched 4 of her students just in the last weeks, children, be detained. And she said, "We have whistles and they have guns." And the heartbreaking message there that these aggressive and sometimes violent ICE agencies are just agents.
Well, what are you saying? You need guns? I mean, you already got whistles, so try to start warning people in the area of when they're there. Is like, what are you saying? Oh, well, we need more than just whistles for ICE. I mean, that doesn't sound like it's going in the right direction. Am I wrong? Like, no, just keep y'all whistles. Y'all don't need anything else.
So just trampling over people's rights. And here we have this 5-year-old now in detention in Texas for absolutely no reason.
Facts.
And you know what the Department of Homeland Security is arguing is, and this is part of their statement, we read part of it earlier in the introduction, but they said our officers made multiple attempts to get the mother who was inside the house to take custody of her child. They say officers even assured her they would not take her into custody. She refused to accept custody, and the father told officers he wanted the child to remain with him. Do you trust?
All right, so officers made multiple attempts to get the mother inside the house to take custody of her child. What? Officers even assured her that they would not take her into custody. She refused to accept custody of the child. The father told officers he wanted the child to remain with him. Wait, whoa. Here's the thing, though. I mean, they went after him as an asylum seeker. So let's just say this. We don't know for sure, but it does sound like he may have been part of the temporary protective service who may have had his status revoked. And that's why they're picking him up now, because he no longer sees the asylum claim as valid under the TPS. Because remember, it's been a lot of these guys got their TPS status revoked, especially in Minnesota. So this also might be that. And it sounds like we're dealing with a dysfunctional household, because what? Our officer made multiple attempts to get the mother inside the house, take custody of her child. I mean, bro, that's usually pretty easy. Like, moms, you don't even got to tell them. I mean, they'll snatch the kid out your hand.
Just the version of what happened that is coming from the Department of Homeland Security tonight?
It's very hard to trust anything they say when they are routinely breaking the law and going against people's fundamental constitutional protections. And, you know, what I trust is the police chief of Minneapolis, who talked about how trained law enforcement, when you have a situation where you have a young child in this kind of a very chaotic and scary environment, trained law enforcement know that their job is to de-escalate. It is to make sure that the child isn't traumatized. They are to figure out how to make sure that the child is in a safe place. And yet these federal agents do nothing like that. And as a result, I mean, who knows what kind of, you know, disaster this is going to mean for this family. And again, reinforcing this father was in the United States legally. There was no reason to detain him or to send him hundreds of miles away from his home at all.
What did you make of the vice president's visit to your state today and what he said in Minneapolis while he was on the ground?
Well, you know, I was fearful that what the vice president was going to do was to sort of, you know, show up and have a press availability and not actually try to get to work to de-escalate this situation and to try to find a solution. And, you know, certainly his rhetoric today was less hot than we have heard from, you know, other members of the administration at other times. But, you know, the bottom line is that he continues to sort of spread this story that the administration is trying to push out there, that the streets of Minneapolis are unsafe and federal law enforcement is here to address that, when that is entirely not the case. In fact, what's making the streets of—
Oh, okay. Shout out Chase. He's all right. So Chase pretty much picking this up in a different way. He's saying like, S.E.T, bro, they're pretty much saying she didn't want to open her door because she was afraid she was going to get taken too. And I'm just like, whoa. I'm like, whoa. I mean, shouldn't your kid be more important than, I don't know, your fear of being taken by ICE? You're pretty much saying, well, now this makes me doubt the mom's, like, you know, papers, or the mom's, like, I mean, legitimacy on being here. Because if you're afraid to take your own kid out of being deported, what does that say about you? When you're willing to let your 5-year-old boy go into protective custody because you don't want to be investigated or, I don't know, screened by ICE, when ICE specifically said, they were like, bro, no, look, we're not even going to do anything. Just take your kid. Just take your kid. I mean, apparently he was born here legally, so take your kid. And apparently she didn't want to.
Minneapolis.
Now, like I said, this could be due to the fact that she may not be here legally, or she just has an overreaction to ICE. Just like Renee Good, this overreaction to ICE caused people to do stupid things. And it's funny because I said they're stupid because, well, they didn't have to do none of that because they were never in trouble in the first place. But they act like they're up next to be, well, a Renee Good situation.
And the streets in Wilmer and other smaller towns around Minnesota unsafe are these ICE agents, which are showing up and detaining, arresting United States citizens and people who are here legally. So I wish that the vice president and other members of the administration would actually get serious about talking about.
Oh, and shout out to my man Game. He said, I had the buckets. He said, I had the buckets out, a liberal, peaceful protest. 3-way partnership, if you're up for it. Also, it's in the personal chat. Got you. He's like, and see, that's where we hand the buckets out. I mean, yeah, that's where we hand the buckets out. When people want to start crying about 5-year-old boys who mom didn't even want to take them because either she's an illegal herself or she was just so afraid of ICE, a complete overreaction to ICE, where she didn't even want to take her kid. I mean, maybe she's gonna call a family member who is legal to be like, "Can you go pick up Miho, please?" So it's like, lady, why don't you take Miho yourself?
How to reduce the pressure in my state by reducing the number of agents that are out there creating all of this chaos. And that would be a step in the right direction, and something that people that I talked to today would be like so grateful to see happen.
Senator Tina Smith, as always, I'm grateful for you for joining. Thank you for being here. And also, as we're looking into everything that happened here, we have two of our
I mean, that is freaking insane. They're really going with that? Is that really what y'all rocking with? Y'all really about to rock with this story? And then I'm about to have libs and my damn comments talk about, oh, ICE kidnaps 5-year-olds. Like, oh my God. Oh my God. Man. But shout out to my guys in the chat. Hey guys, make sure you guys head over to Rumble. Shout out to my man Matt Shekel. Yo, shout out Matt. And let's see here. I'm an infidel. Yo, bro, let's make sure to head over Rumble. YouTube is shadow banning your boy right now. So let's go ahead and give our support to Rumble, guys. I mean, I'm going to go ahead and post it in the chat in a minute.
In demand political sources as well. David Axelrod, who is a senior advisor to President Obama, of course, and Doug High, who's the communications director for the Republican National Committee.
In the meantime, though, before we get into the next video, I do want to go ahead and pull up Gaiman's video real quick.
David Axelrod, can I just get your take when we first look at this?
I forget about you.
We're hearing about this. When you see the images of the 5-year-old, I think that is something that is so visceral for people to look at. And even the vice president was saying, you know, when he first heard this, he was a little bit shocked by it. What do you make? Are you reassured by anything that the Department of Homeland Security has said?
I'm not, Caitlin, because of the track record. You know, I'm informed by my experience as a Chicagoan. I was around for Operation Midway Blitz in the fall, in which the same forces of disorder showed up. And we had the same kind of problems. The vice president said we didn't. We did in Chicago, and the courts stepped in. And I just want to read you one thing that I think is an answer to your question. In a 231-page decision, a ruling that a judge made there, she said that she couldn't trust DHS to tell the truth. And she said specifically about Bovino. Bovino appeared evasive over 3 days of his deposition. The guy who ran that operation and this one, either providing cute responses to plaintiff's counsel's questions or outright lying. So this has been a pattern. We saw it in Chicago. We're seeing it again here, where they represent facts on the ground that turn out not to be true. So no, I don't have confidence. And that's one of the problems. One of the reasons you have people carrying cell phones around and videoing what's going on is because there isn't a trust that the true facts will be known. So
I mean, not there's a trust that the true facts will be known. It's just that the facts won't fit their narrative. The facts won't fit their, perceived belief that ICE is just these evil people that are out to hurt you. But all right, though, let's go ahead and get into my man Gaiman's video right here, because this is actually pretty funny. What in the... That's man getting down a little bit too well. You know what? I wonder if I have one that's... No, I don't have that one no more. But all right, let's go to his next video.
Not date one another under any circumstance. Christians and Catholics should not date one another under any circumstances. And I get flack and rage bait a bunch of Catholics every time I say that.
I mean, why not? They both believe in Jesus. They both pray to Jesus. So, I mean, I don't know. I think this is like an inner war with Catholics and between the Catholics and other Christians. It's kind of weird. It's like, well, yeah, both believe in Jesus. So I'm not really sure what the difference is. I mean, look, guys, you're talking to a guy who came from a household where my mom is a Baptist. He's a Christian, and my stepdad, he's a Muslim, like straight up Muslim right out of West Africa. So if those two can get married and be evenly yoked and stay married for like 25 years plus, then I'm sorry. I mean, I'm not hearing it.
But it doesn't make any sense. I'm like, bro, you're Catholic. Why would you want to date a non-denominational Christian? What are you gonna?
I mean, because they both believe in that Christ is their Savior and Lord. Both of them. I mean, why? Let's be real. When you take your religion this seriously, this is what turns people off, to be quite honest with you. a lot of people are gonna look like, bro, is it really that serious? I mean, when especially, I'm be real with you, when especially this petty. When it's this petty though, too, it's like, just such small stuff. We all believe in God. We all believe in Jesus. So, I mean, now you're saying that we can't even date each other when there are Christians and Muslims dating together and they've been together for a long time. Now, this guy over here trying to create divisions within his own religion, by the way. I mean, some people just need to shut the F up and just be like, bro, let people love. Like, damn, isn't that what God all about? Loving each other? You're over here saying that we shouldn't love each other because we come from this, that, and the third. Isn't that what racists teach? Don't date those. What? We can't be congregation mixing? Wow, really? I went from race mixing to what? Congregation mixing, or what was it? Denomination mixing. Yeah, you can't mix with that denomination. You can't be a Protestant and a Baptist getting together. No Catholics or whatever. It's like, come on now. You sound just like the white supremacists at a certain point, just like the racists.
Flirt to convert her, right? You're going to try and force her to go to the Catholic Church with you. It just doesn't make any logical sense, right? We don't believe the same things. We don't believe the same things about salvation or.
Yeah, they do. They believe that Jesus is coming back. They believe that the one way to get to Jesus is through him, just like you guys do.
The saints or the
saints is a big thing, but I mean, you guys kind of harp on the saints a little bit too much. It's kind of weird. It's like, the main message is Jesus, right? And that's their main message too. It's like you guys trying your best to separate from Catholics over saints. And I mean, let's be real. They don't pray to the saints. They kind of just show high respect for the saints and their, I guess, saintly things that they did within their lifetime. It's like a recognition of being a saint. That's it. But I mean, if y'all making it so serious as it's something that you just need to separate yourselves completely about, go to war with them about, and they believe in the same thing as you. I mean, this is just divisive.
Pope or infallibility of your Pope. We don't believe the same things. So logically, whenever you think forwardly instead of thinking,
I mean, okay, bro, then you're just not an open-minded guy. I mean, that's all you're proving to be. You're just not an open-minded guy. That's fine.
With your wiener and just trying to date somebody that's hot and trying to force her into your religion, you think about raising your kids. Where are you two going to go to church? Are you going to force her to go to your Catholic church? Or you're going to compromise and start going?
Both my parents, my mom went to his church. My mom went to her church. My dad went to his mosque. I mean, they damn near split between us. I went to a mosque. I went to the church. I learned both religions pretty well. That's that. I mean, bro, you're making this overly complicated. This man is making this overly complicated when it's not that complicated in real life, because I've lived it and I've seen it in other families where different denomination of Christians, different religions completely. I mean, bro, reaching here. I mean, shoot, look at JD Vance and Usher. Bro, our president's in one of these relationships. The man's a Christian and this girl's Hindu. It's like people are looking for way too many reasons to split us up than to be together. It's like, it's irritating at a certain point, especially when it's between Christians and Catholics. I mean, what, bro? This is petty.
Going to a non-denominational church, it's never going to work. You're always.
Like, Jesus told y'all to love each other, not try to find a way to divide yourselves amongst each other. Like, bro, let's follow the teachings and let's stop being petty over small shit.
It's going to be arguing. There's always going to be issues. Instead, if you're Catholic, date a Catholic. And if you're a non-denominational Christian, date a non-denominational Christian.
I mean, bro, if that's what you want to do, bro, that's great. But I mean, the way you're putting it all, you're making yourself sound like a pretty close-minded guy. If that's what you want to go about your life, great. If you went outside and you had bad experience dating other denominations, other religions, that's your experience. Don't put that on the rest of the world, because there's people in 20-year-long relationships with kids who have different religions who are together to this very day. I mean, bro, you could be closed-minded, but don't think that your experience reflects everybody else's. Then trust me, I know he's going off of his experience. I know all you guys in the chat can think of marriages where there was two different religions, two different denominations, and it worked out just fine. Just fine. I mean, shoot, one of my aunts in that relationship. I mean, one's a Baptist, one's a Protestant. I think, I know my uncle's, he's a Catholic, but is his partner? I'll see. I'll have to ask him. I don't think his partner's actually a Catholic. But all right, let's go ahead and get back into CNN. But I hear what he's saying, though. I hear what he's saying. But when it comes to aspect of dating and love and all that, and you're trying to divide people on that note, it's just like, bro, it's divisive. And you're really like dividing up the Christians more. You're separating the word. You're low-key destroying the word of God even more that told us to be together and to love each other. And I'm just like, what the fuck is this? You believe in the same God. You believe that the way through God is through Jesus. You both believe in the the end of days, of how the resurrection, all this good stuff. So why get petty over this small stuff? It seems like you're too into your religion. Your religion is, I'm be real with you, I get it, but when your religion is your life like that, to where the smallest details irritate you about somebody, then I'm just like, all right, bro, I get that, but don't push that on other people, though. Let's be honest. A lot of people get along just well, even if they are different denominations of Christianity, or they're Muslim, Christian, or a Christian and a Hindu. It is what it is. I mean, shoot, there's people with there's Christians and Jews that are together. And I mean, that's the most unlikely, you would think.
News this morning, President Trump said.
But all right, though, let's go over to how Trump's Venezuela strike complicates China's plans in Latin America. Let's get right to it.
The breaking news this morning, President Trump says the U.S. carried out large-scale strikes on Venezuela overnight.
The dictator and terrorist, Maduro, is finally gone in Venezuela.
All this happened just hours after a high-level delegation from Beijing visited Venezuela. For more than 2 decades, China's been expanding its presence across Latin America, investing billions of dollars constructing solar farms, subway lines, EV factories, and building projects that have drawn U.S. security concerns, like strategically located ports tied to Chinese companies, or a 16-story antenna in Patagonia, erected, China says, to support space research. As the U.S. continues to push forward with its aims in Venezuela after the military strike, the message from Washington is clear. It wants adversaries and rivals out of its backyard. But China is not backing down on its economic and political interests.
中方深化两国各领域务实合作的意愿不会改变。
China's strengthening. So China's pretty much saying, yo, we don't really care what Trump is saying. We're willing to push it even harder. We're willing to still work with the Latin American countries that want to work with China. I know Venezuela's been taken off our list, but they're still willing to work all with other South American countries. So, I mean, we got to pretty much put our boot down. Like, let's be real. Are we going to be completely gangsta about this? Or are we going to back down just because we got Venezuela? Are we really going to get them out of our hemisphere? Or was Venezuela a special case? Because in my opinion, I mean, look, bro, we want to follow the pattern of Venezuela and what we did with Maduro. Then, I mean, that boy Carney needs to get kidnapped. The Colombian president needs to get kidnapped. Cuban president needs to get kidnapped because they are all still working heavily with the cartel and China. So, I mean, look, bro, if we're going to be gangster about it, let's just stick to that. But if we're going to be suckers about it and just let China pick another country to dominate in our hemisphere, then, I mean, let that be said.
With Venezuela for more than.
But I mean, hey, bro, we gonna pop off. We gonna start off on a gangster note. We might as well end it on one. I mean, hey, F it.
A decade now, also heightening its influence across Latin America by building mega projects. But after the U.S. military action in Venezuela, where exactly does
it's kind of funny though? It's like I know it's gonna sound wild, but it's like as soon as America starts set tripping, we tripping, right? So as soon as we start hemispherical tripping on our territory, we tripping. So as we start protecting our self-interest, we tripping. I finally get what that hood nigga meant when he said, damn, so as soon as I'm set tripping, I'm tripping, right? Like, I get it. It's like, damn, so as soon as I try to stick up for myself, my territory, I'm tripping. When everybody else do it all, it's all good. This is everybody aligning with their interests. When I do it, I'm just tripping all of a sudden. Okay.
China go from here?
To understand how deep China's roots grow in Latin America, we'll start back in 2001. That's when Chinese leader Jiang Zemin made a landmark 12-day tour of Latin America, the same year China joined the World Trade Organization. As tariffs dropped for the new WTO member, it became much easier for China to trade with other countries.
There's a massive infrastructure deficit in Latin America. It's been enduring for decades upon decades, and China is looking to offload, for instance, its steel, export capacity in steel, its capacity in construction development, which has been well developed domestically in China over time.
It's Latin America's need for infrastructure and China's need for raw materials like oil, timber, and minerals that helped drive Chinese investment. To that end, just take a look at the investments from Chinese state-owned firms, development banks, and private companies around the world. This bar here is money that went to Latin America, the second biggest recipient just after China's backyard in Asia. And notably, China's investment there grew faster than its investment in any other region, increasing more than 400% from 2014 through 2024.
Makes sense.
China's presence in Latin America is often
I mean, yeah, Latin America is a resource-rich, oil-rich continent. I mean, just like Africa, all these continents are rich in resources and all that good stuff. And China's trying to get a part of that. Especially they're trying to maintain their dominance on rare earth mineral refinery. And they're doing that with the help of Latin America. That's also where they get some of their oil or extra oil from. And they're able to buy it below market price out of South America. And it used to be one of their main people was Venezuela. We cut that off. This is why this kind of hinders their plan in South America. And I'm be honest with you, bro, Chinese already got their foot in the Caribbean. I mean, bro, you got Chinese out there in Jamaica, bro, speaking just like them.
Described as some sort of grand scheme to take over the region. I quite disagree with that notion.
Jorge Jaime served as Chile's ambassador to China from 2014 to 2017, and he pushed for Latin America to become part of the Belt and Road Initiative. That's Chinese leader Xi Jinping's signature global infrastructure program that he started in 2013, where Beijing builds and finances ports, railways, power plants, part of an effort to expand China's footprint and influence around the world.
This is a partnership that has evolved over time. It has grown organically. There are minuses. I fully agree on that. But if we...
And all right, man, shout out to our guys at 1775 Coffee. Still haven't tried 1775 coffee. Now's your shot. The 1775 starter kit just dropped, only 1,000 units. You're getting the bold dark roast that hits hard, and smooth medium roast, and the Vitality mushroom coffee for clean energy and laser focus, no crash. I might want to get that. All single origin, small batch, toxin free, mold free. Plus, you're also getting a golden spoon clip because freedom isn't scooped with plastic. Okay, I like that. Now, let's see. A frother strong enough to stir up your coffee and your mother-in-law's opinion. And a black 1775 tumbler. $170 worth of coffee and a gear for yours. Yeah, and gear yours for $99. This is for the ones who've been watching 1775 blow up on Rumble, wondering if it's actually worth it. Spoiler, it is. Go to 7075coffee.com/studio and grab your starter kit before they're gone. Bold beans, clean fuel, and a morning routine that stands for something, just like Rumble does. And all right, guys, make sure to shout out to 1775 Coffees.
Draw a balance, I would say the pluses outweigh the minuses.
After Xi launched a regular forum for Chinese, Latin American, and Caribbean leaders in 2015, Panama became the first Latin American nation to join Belt and Road in 2017. China's state bank lending to the region peaked at the start of the decade, and massive Chinese-funded projects took shape into the 2020s. Among them, the longest bridge in Panama and the Chancay megaport in Peru. Over time, China's role in Latin America has grown far more sophisticated. Chinese companies are now buying and operating assets at the core of national economies, from power grids and telecom networks to mines producing lithium, copper, and other minerals needed for EVs, batteries, and renewable energy systems. Despite U.S. warnings, countries including Argentina and Brazil have partnered with Chinese telecom giants Huawei and ZTE to build their digital networks, giving Chinese firms a foothold in the region's data and communications.
Yep.
Washington has argued since the Obama...
I mean, you know, it's so funny. I remember Xi actually gifted Maduro one of China's newly most advanced phones. It was basically like the ripoff of the Samsung Fold. It was foldable and all this crazy stuff, you know, but it looked real sleek. It almost looked better than the Samsung Fold, to be quite honest with you. It's a phone they haven't released yet, but they gave it to Maduro as a gift, and it kind of let you know how aligned Xi and Maduro really were.
Administration that these deals could create security risks, but in much of Latin America, that rings hollow.
The notion that you should be stuck in that infrastructure deficit and not do anything about it, because the United States doesn't like Chinese companies to help you remedy it, is something that, you know, doesn't go down well with Latin American governments, particularly since the US isn't saying, I will build the port, I will build the railway, I will build the bridge.
Here's where things get interesting with Venezuela. It's not even China's biggest trading partner in Latin America. It's these countries. Venezuela has ranked between 6th and 13th each year for the past decade. Despite that, Venezuela became a key political partner for Beijing in a region long dominated by the US. As Washington ramped up pressure and oil sanctions, China stuck by Nicolas Maduro diplomatically. And over the years before that, Beijing had already poured billions of dollars in loans into Venezuela.
中方愿意同美方一道努力，以此为契机，推动两国关系在更高水平上全面深入发展。
China invested in Venezuela's most valuable asset, oil fields.
Yep. I mean, that's why we had to get them up out of there, because China has been posturing. They've been ready to say, look, bro, like the influence we have there, about to hike it up and hike it up and hike it up until Venezuela is damn near a state of China. I mean, they were trying to have that heavy of an influence. And trust me, Donald Trump's seen it. It's like, if we let these guys have any more influence in Venezuela, they will pretty much own Venezuela, just like they do some African country with their 99-year leases.
China's public lenders pumped roughly $106 billion into the country between 2000 and 2023, making it the 4th largest recipient of Chinese state financing worldwide during that period. While Chinese loans to Venezuela slowed significantly in recent years, their trade ties continued.
So what we're driving through is another example of China expanding its footprint in Latin America. Back in October 2025, both China and Venezuela decided to open a new direct shipping route between here, the port of Tianjin, and Venezuela's primary Caribbean seaports. And what that did is it helped to cut down shipping time and in some cases lower shipping prices as China ships its goods across the Pacific Ocean.
After the US captured Maduro, the White House turned its attention to oil. During conversations led by US Secretary of State Marco Rubio, the Trump administration told Venezuela's interim president, Delcy Rodriguez, Venezuela must cut ties with China, Iran, Russia, and Cuba, and agree to partner exclusively with the US on oil production.
What we're not going to allow is for the oil industry in Venezuela to be controlled by adversaries of the United States. You have to understand, why does China need their oil?
Beijing says its oil contracts are protected under international law, but China only buys 4% of its oil from Venezuela. And experts note China may have already reached its peak oil consumption, moving rapidly towards zero-emission energy sources and leading the world in EV adoption. So then, what's China's next move politically in Latin America?
There is no doubt.
I mean, like I said, they were just trying to build more influence, so it'd be a country that pretty much would enrich China eventually. So they was enriching Venezuela to enrich China in the end. This was their plan. And even though it was only 4% of the oil that's coming there, that still hurts. That pretty much still drives up oil pricing for them, because now the 4% of their supply of oil, well, it's gone. And I mean, yeah, they can turn to the green energy and all this good stuff, but I mean, let's be real. Like, right now, nothing produced better than oil. I mean, well, look, we can sit there and say that, but I mean, look, guys, these guys have the biggest solar farms, biggest wind farms or factories, yet they're still relying on oil. But they're the main ones making the stuff, main ones making the solar panels, main one making the windmills, yet they're still using oil. I mean, that should tell you something. And this whole green initiative, you know, with buying these wind farms and solar panels from China, it only enriches them, and it's pretty much put on the backs of the, well, I'll be honest with you, of the people of Europe, because they're the main ones who suffered from that whole green initiative and buying all the windmills and solar panels from China, and it's put on the backs of them. So I'm gonna be honest with you, like this whole green initiative, it could work out. The solar panel could actually be a great thing. So could the wind farms, but it's not being utilized correctly, and it's kind of being, well, dominated by China. Therefore, it cannot be useful to us unless we start making our own and advancing them.
I think in Beijing at this juncture, an effort to reassess, first of all, relations with Venezuela, how things have been carried out, but also to do so across the entirety of Latin America.
I think that we are watching very closely that we need to readjust of our investment. Maybe some countries are too anti-American. It's very dangerous for China. The risk will be very high.
Even before Maduro fell, China's influence in Latin America was already under pressure. In 2025, Panama walked away from the Belt and Road Initiative, saying the deal just wasn't worth it.
What I'm really wondering about at this juncture is how much these actions in Venezuela really change thinking on the part of Latin American governments as they pursue a range of different projects, and especially those types of projects that are likely to intersect with U.S. articulated security interests.
For now, it's unlikely that China will pull back from its extensive ties with Latin America because,
well, China needed Latin America, and Latin America needed China also.
It's an economic imperative. At this point, the region is fundamental for China as it looks to export massive excess capacity, right, in a wide range of sectors that China has been promoting from a policy perspective now for a number of years.
The Chinese message has been that China is a partner that offers stability and predictability. In diplomacy, this is very important. You could say that the United States today is not exactly a prime example of stability.
Yep, and that's pretty much what's going on there with China. As I pretty much said, it's like the main reason we're there is to remove Chinese influence, is to stop them from pretty much taking over Venezuela, which is honestly a stronghold in our hemisphere. It just makes sense. All right, man, let's go over to our man Mondani on The View. Yeah, I want to react to this as well.
His inauguration on New Year's Eve day, announcing a new generation of leadership for America's biggest city.
Yeah, a new socialist agenda, but we'll see how that works out.
And a historic campaign with big promises that caught the attention of the entire nation, and you know who. So here to tell us how he plans to deliver, please welcome back, we can say it now.
Yes.
He is the mayor of New York City, Zoran. So,
he's a regular.
how you doing?
He's becoming a regular.
Long time no see. What's up? Anything new going on in your life?
It's been pretty slow going.
Yeah, just chilling.
Just clock in, clock out.
I get you.
It is lovely to be back.
Good.
Thanks,
so
Wilson.
you've been on the job, for 3 weeks. Yeah. So what's it feeling like?
I'll be honest, it feels incredible.
Yeah.
This is the dream of a lifetime. Mm-hmm. And we've always wanted to build a city government that moves as fast as New Yorkers do. Mm-hmm. When a New Yorker's trying to walk somewhere, you don't get in their way. Right. City government, it hasn't felt like that for a long time. Mm-hmm. So we've wanted to say that there's not going to be any problem too big or too small for us to address. So day one, we put bad landlords on notice right after that inauguration speech. Uh-oh. Day 6, we fixed a bump on the Williamsburg Bridge. Day 8, we announced more than $1 billion in funding for universal child care.
That was a huge bump, by the way.
Yeah, that was a huge bump.
Where's that money coming from?
That's coming from the state. And what that does is it allows us to fix universal child care for 3-year-olds and deliver it for 2-year-olds. We actually have a mother in the audience, Mallory.
And it's actually funny because, prices went up in New York. So prices went up on bus fare and things like that. So I guess we're seeing where he got that $8 billion from. It seems like these guys done raised taxes across the board. Of course, he's going after the landlords, which are basically, you could say rich people. Not all of them are rich, but a lot of them do got some money. So once again, going after the rich. And I mean, when people start not wanting to be landlords in New York, then who are you going to take advantage of? And of course, universal child care. I mean, it sounds like tremendous. It sounds great. And the fact they got $8 billion put towards it, I mean, all right, is that really going to help these people? Let's see. I mean, I hope it does. Honestly, I hope it does.
Who is here with us and who, when the announcement was made, texted her husband to say, it might be time for a second kid. And I think so often we think that these are decisions families are making on their own, but really we're giving them no choice when we say that childcare costs $25,000, $26,000 a year. Mm-hmm. Now it's something that they can actually get for free. Right.
Oh, guys, if you're still on YouTube, man, I went ahead and posted the link. Try to make your way over to Rumble, man, and come join the gang in Rumble, where the real party's at.
Good for you. So, Mr. Mayor, we all know you're a charm. It's more sincere than it sounds. No, but you are totally filled with charm. And the one who's really taken with you is Trump. I mean, and what's interesting is that you called him a fascist to his face, a dream.
No, come on now. He didn't really come on. He actually looked at Trump for approval when they called him out. Like, you pretty called Trump a fascist. So are you sticking with that? He was like, Trump was just like, nah, bro, go ahead. It's all good, bro. Just go ahead. It's easier that way. You get to stay cool with your base. I get it, bro. I get it, bro. Go ahead and call me a fascist. And he did. He's like, yeah, all right, yeah, he's a fascist. I was weak. I ain't gonna lie, it was kind of funny. The fact that Dems took that serious, I mean, bro, really?
I've always had. And with his blessing. And then we saw you, talking to him that day, and he seemed to be madly in love with you that day. There was a bromance roaming. And then now I understand that you're texting to each other. Can I see the text?
I don't have my phone with
But
me.
we have,
right?
very, very convenient.
Don't we have a clip of the meeting?
So what's going on with you two?
I think you're going to have hopefully a really great mayor. The better he does, the happier I am. I feel very confident that he can do a very good job. I think he's going to be. I think he is going to surprise some conservative people, actually. And I've been called much worse than a despot, so it's not that insulting.
Are you affirming that you think President Trump is a fascist?
I've spoken about.
That's okay. You can just say
okay.
that. Okay. Yeah. It's easier. It's easier than explaining it. I don't mind.
So obviously you've gone for the charm offensive as
is.
opposed to Governor Newsom, who's on the attack. Now, maybe yours is going to work because we know he's totally egomaniacal and narcissistic, and anytime you compliment him, he likes you. Is that your intention?
I think my intention is about.
That's kind of everybody. That's everybody, man. Usually when people compliment you, you tend to like them. Especially if you could tell their compliment is sincere. And, Trump tends to compliment people himself. So, I mean, let's be honest. Everybody loves compliments. Like, you tripping if you're going to sit there and say, oh, well, I don't blush when I get compliments. I don't sit there. I don't take it to the heart. I'm like, come on, bro. Really? What? So all you take is the insults to the heart? Well, you're not. Well, your mental health must not be good.
Being honest and direct with the president.
Yeah.
And I think there are many disagreements the two of us have. There's no shortage of them. One thing that we do have in common is that we both love New York City. We're both New Yorkers.
Yeah.
And so for that entire meeting, I made the case about this city and what it can look like for this city if it's a place that New Yorkers can afford or if it's a place that they're pushed out of. And every single policy that the federal administration puts forward, it has impacts on this city.
Do you think he cares really about New York City? And do you have an award for him?
I don't have an award. What I will say, though, is that I'm going to exhaust every possibility. I mean, when New Yorkers elect a mayor, they're looking for someone who's going to turn over every leaf to see what is something they can do for the city. That's what I'm going to do.
I see.
Okay.
Right. Well, good luck.
Why people like him.
She also meant that.
I appreciate the translation.
Mr. Mayor, and I love saying that.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, let's talk about the unfortunate situation unfolding in Minnesota since the fatal ICE shooting of Renee Good, which you bluntly called a murder. The Trump administration is...
Like I said, and this is the problem with the left. Like, what happened to due process? What happened to innocent till proven guilty? But you're already trying to put guilt on this ICE officer. And I'm gonna be honest with you, like I said, he didn't go in front of that car. And that's the main point that these Dems want to stick on, is that, oh, he shouldn't be in front of the car, Set. Yeah, you're right. But guess who moved the car and put him in front of the car? Renee Good. When she moved that car backwards, she put Jonathan Ross, which is the officer that shot her, in front of that car and drove forward. In his perception, it looks like she was trying to run him over, thus he shot. I mean, do we like the fact that that happened? Of course not. A mother lost their life, and my heart hurts for her kids. But let's not sit there and pretend like she wasn't given multiple chances to save her own life. That's just the fact of the matter. Oh, and shout out Chases. How do I find you on Locals and redeem that membership Monty gifted me? You two might be gay, but it is easier to figure out. I laugh my ass. Yeah, it is. It is easier to figure out. I got you. Locals. Let me see here. Actually, do I have to set up Locals? I think I might have to actually set that up, but I'll see. Let me see here.
Reportedly readying
should have already
deployment and investigating the Democratic mayor of Minneapolis and the governor of Minnesota for impeding immigration agents. How are you reacting to everything that you are seeing? And importantly, do you worry they'll target New York and you?
Look, I think first, I don't know how else to describe what we saw in Minnesota. People ask me, why did I say the word murder? I asked them to look at that video and tell me what they would call it.
Right.
And we are being asked to not believe our own eyes. It's time to be truthful with people. It is terrifying to see what's happening there. And it's terrifying to see all of this happening in the name of public safety. And I've said this directly to the president, that these ICE raids, they are cruel, they're inhumane. They do nothing to deliver that public safety. In fact, what they do is—
oh, yes, it does. Oh, yes, it does do a lot to deliver public safety. When you're taking a bunch of criminals off the street, yes, you're helping public safety. When you take a bunch of illegals who are not supposed to be here off the street, yes, you're helping with public safety and you're upholding federal law at the same damn time. Don't forget that part. So it's kind of funny how they try to sit there and say, oh, well, these ICE raids are useless. No, they're not. No, they're not. We're getting a high number of people who aren't supposed to be here up out of here. I mean, and guess what? We're also getting a high number of criminals up out of here. And what can I say? I like when our laws are respected and not trampled over because of your feelings.
Leave a sense of fear amongst so many. And, you know, I represent a city of 8.5 million people. More than 3 million New Yorkers are immigrants. I'm one of them. And what we've seen this administration do is transform the very places that we used to associate with the American dream. You know, 26 Federal Plaza, you go there, your citizenship interview, you hope you can start to call yourself an American. Now it's the sign of the American nightmare. It's where people go there for what should be a routine immigration check-in. They don't know if they're going to get detained or deported. And so my job is to stand up for those New Yorkers, stand up for every New Yorker, and to say that we're going to use every tool at our disposal to ensure that what we're seeing elsewhere is not what we see in this city.
What if they send ICE agents here
Well, that
to
kind
New
of
York
leads
City?
to my
Are you
question, because
prepared?
the president is threatening
what
to
it
cut
is.
off significant federal funding to New York City and other sanctuary cities next month, arguing you're protecting criminals. Now, is he trying to coerce you to cooperate with ICE? And how will you respond if he makes good on that funding threat?
Well, what I've said is that our values and our laws, they're not bargaining chips. I'm not looking to have a negotiation with New Yorkers' lives. We're talking about sanctuary city policies. These are policies that used to be defended by Republicans and Democrats alike, ones that keep New Yorkers safe. And I've told—
I mean, look, brother, if you just make sure that the NYPD is helping out ICE officers and locking up these illegals or just keeping the protesters out the way, y'all ain't got nothing to worry about. I mean, they don't, like I said, the Democratic base can't blame their own. They got to blame Jacob Fry, who is not allowing the local police to provide crowd control. Once that happens, I mean, look, these protesters are going to stop getting arrested for obstruction. And I'll be real with you, we're going to prevent more people like Renee Good from getting killed. Like, to be honest with you, like in self-defense, by the way.
President this directly, which is that what we are talking about is not people who are convicted of serious crimes. We're talking about people whose crime simply seems to be being in New York City. And if they were to make good on this threat, it would rip the civic fabric of the city apart. And so we're going to use every tool, whether that means the tools of city government, the tools of the court, to make our case directly.
They're trying that in Minnesota. It's not working. They're overrun by these government agents. So what are we going to do?
Masked agents.
Yeah, I mean, I think, and then this is the other thing, just masked agents.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I am trying to inspire amongst New Yorkers a sense of faith and belief in what government can do. And it's very hard to do that when they look at masked agents and see them as another face of a similar government. Because then they ask themselves, am I supposed to trust or am I supposed to fear? And what we want is for New Yorkers to be able to look to government as a place to solve their problems, not as a place that creates their problems. And I think, you know,
Mr. Mayor, if I could jump in, some of your
Yeah, look, the problem is, though, ICE is not the one creating their problems. Your rhetoric is the one creating the problems. If you guys would stop like radicalizing ICE, you didn't do this under Obama. Therefore, this is why people wasn't on ICE ass the way they are. I mean, this is all your rhetoric, but like I said, nobody wants to take accountability for it. You only want to turn up the temperature until somebody nice gets killed, and then when the Insurrection Act get invoked, you guys are gonna be kicking and screaming and crying about a dictator when you guys did everything to provoke this. I'm sorry, but when that happens, I don't want to hear no complaining. Honestly, I'm just going to be a dickhead and just point out everything here. Like, well, remember when you guys were obstructing, following them around, breaking into vehicles and all that good stuff? Don't think that has anything to do with where you're at now. You know, the actions of all of you.
have come under fire for past social media posts. This often happens.
Yo, and shout out Hobb. He said Nazis didn't wear masks. You're right, though. You're right, man. They was gangsters with it. They pulled up in your crib, kicked down your door, and said, "You speaking about our Hitler? All right, man. You gone. You're done. You're through." Like, you will never be seen again. Actually, you in the camps with the Jews, which is not a good thing, by the way. Probably shouldn't make a joke about that, but it is what it is. I'm shadow banned anyway. Who gives a damn?
The new administrations come in. Your new chief equity officer made several now deleted comments disparaging liberal white women. Your tenant advocate tweeted that home ownership was a weapon of white supremacy and called to elect more communists, among other posts. What message do you think this conveys to New Yorkers, and how would you push back on this?
So what I would say is that if you want to know my views or my opinions, you'll find them in my words as the mayor of New York City. And I'm someone who's looking to make this a city that every New Yorker can afford. That includes those who are tenants, those who are homeowners, those who aspire to be homeowners, because from this we find that stability. And I think, frankly, what New Yorkers are also looking for are the outcomes. And that's what I care about, the outcomes and the excellence we deliver. And so one example, the mayor's office to protect tenants, the executive director that we hired about 20 days ago. In those 20 days, we have taken on a landlord that had more violations than I could count. And we have secured $30 million in guaranteed repairs for thousands of those violations. And sometimes...
Okay, but do you take off the rent freeze? Because here's the problem. You can't bring up these landlord, and this is the part where they leave out. They put rent freezes on these landlords so they can't collect more money to actually fix up their property. Then they come around, hit them for violations that they can't fix because they're not allowed to charge more for their rent. And all of a sudden they're like, oh yeah, well now what are you going to do? Make them pay for these repairs that they can't afford because you froze their rent? Like, how does that work?
When a politician tells you this, it sounds intangible. It just sounds like stats and statistics that you'll never feel and know. We have someone in the audience, Josie, who was a tenant that I met on that first day I was the mayor. I went into her apartment. She showed me living conditions that no one should ever see in this city. And I could see and feel the rust falling off my hands. And I asked her, how long have you been living with this? And she pointed at her 20-something-year-old son and said, before he was born.
Wow.
And now that $30 million, that commitment, that's going to fix her apartment.
I mean, I'm gonna be real with you. In Brooklyn, New York, in the inner cities of New York, oh God, it gets bad. It gets bad. And I mean, bro, you're talking about somebody who came from the projects of New York. Well, really born in the projects of Nashville, Tennessee, then moved to the projects of New York, just to move to the hoods of Columbus, Ohio, which is actually better than the projects, surprisingly. But that's here nor there. But yeah, if you actually go inside these New York projects, rats, roaches, terrible smells, all that crazy stuff. Like, oh my God, it's bad. And the reason why I know this is because, well, God rest her soul, but my aunt used to live in a project before she died.
So many other tenants of mine.
So trust me, I want things to get better for those people because, man, those guys in those projects, they don't get no type of maintenance and everything gets worse and they just got to live with it. As the pest gets worse, the water gets worse, everything is just goes down the shitter. It is what it is. But I mean, trust me, I do hope he actually finds a way to tackle it without destroying the housing market or the renting or renters. But all right, let's make our way back over to right-wing media with Jesse Waters. And then we're going to go ahead and react to this one interview here that I thought was pretty interesting.
Back, and he's bringing home the bacon. Davos rolled out the red carpet, but Trump's a realist and he can read a room.
It's great to be back in beautiful Davos, Switzerland, and to address so many respected business leaders, so many friends, few enemies.
A few enemies flew no kings flags over Switzerland. They forgot Europeans still have a king. The Europeans can be a little two-faced.
They loved me. They called me daddy, right? Last time. Very smart man said, he's our daddy. He's running it. I was like running it. I went from running it to being a terrible human being.
Daddy can be great until you misbehave. Then you need him to whip you into shape. Sometimes the Europeans think they can run things on their own. We don't know if that's nostalgia or delusion, but it's affecting our relationship.
Certain places in Europe are not even recognizable, frankly, anymore. They're not recognizable. And we can argue about it, but there's no argument. Friends come back from different places. I don't want to insult anybody and say I don't recognize it. And I love Europe, and I want to see Europe go good, but it's not heading in the right direction.
Europe used to be great. But they started too many wars they couldn't win.
Yep.
Opened their borders, stopped having babies, and went full-blown socialist because they knew we had their back.
I mean, man, I'm gonna be real with you. When it comes to the letting in a whole bunch of immigrants while not having babies, we're kind of guilty of the same thing. The problem is, though, it's kind of funny how Europe says, "Oh, we can stop America, but you can't stop a bunch of illegals on a floaty." Like, are you serious? You're gonna stop us, but you can't stop these guys? And these guys are more of a danger to your country than America is, obviously.
They couldn't win. Opened their borders, stopped having babies, and went full-blown socialist because they knew we had their back. One of the worst things they did was listen to Al Gore. That's how China swooped in and ate their lunch.
There are windmills all over Europe. There are windmills all over the place, and they are losers. China's very smart. They make them, they sell them for a fortune. They sell them to the stupid people that buy them, but they don't use them themselves.
Europe's buying windmills from China and oil from Russia, and they're wondering why they're barely slogging along. They must be blind.
I called up Emmanuel Macron. I watched him yesterday with those beautiful sunglasses. What the hell happened?
Macron can't see straight with the shades on his face, and neither can the whole continent. Finland, who we like, is getting too big for its britches. The prime minister said,
"Oh yeah, if you need to find me on locals, here it is. I'm right here. S.E.T Media, SK Media 8 on locals. You know, I'm right here. I only got like one post so far, but yeah, I'm on locals. There we are. All right, let's go ahead and get right back to our guy Jesse Waters.
We don't need
But guys, like I said, man, we're gonna go ahead and we're fighting YouTube. We're gonna fight the shadow ban by one, hopping over to Rumble and showing them more support than YouTube is showing me right now. Because I'm gonna be honest with you, hey, look, man, so you try to turn against your boy, hey, I'm gonna go all out defense on you. This is defense. I'm gonna take my audience. We're gonna bring it over to Rumble and we're gonna have fun over there. Let's go ahead and fight it, guys.
Uncle Sam, we can go it alone.
Can Europe defend itself? My answer is unequivocally yes.
Without the Americans?
Without the Americans, I mean,
How?
well, look.
But you're relying on them for these key elements.
Even the NATO chief was like, really, Finland? Really?
Alex, I love you, but you are not producing enough. Your defense industrial base has to ramp up, and you know it, so please spend time on that.
There comes a time in any father's life when they sit their kid down and say, son, you can't keep asking for money. I'm not a bank. Move out of the garage and get a job. And at first, you might not like it. You might think daddy's being mean. But when you're older, you realize that daddy knows best.
I really believe we can be happy that he is there because he has forced us in Europe to step up, to face the consequences, that we have to take care more of our own defense. I'm absolutely convinced without Donald Trump, we would not have taken those decisions, and they are crucial, particularly for the European and the Canadian side of NATO, to really grow up in the post-Cold War world.
The Europeans know they need to grow up and pull their weight. They used to be able to shake down Barack and Biden and flatter them with empty promises and those European accents. And our leaders fell for it because they fetishized the concept of alliances, like a grad student who doesn't know the first thing about real power. Poland, who we also love, says, oh yeah, over 100 years ago, we beat Lenin.
You are not happy with this answer, I suppose, of Mark Rutte, that we need Donald Trump in the European Union, but we believe in our military service in Poland. I would like to add that Poland won with the Soviets and Bolsheviks. Finland won with the Soviets and Bolsheviks.
Okay, Paul,
What?
That was World War I.
What? Poland, we can handle Russia. And bro, you delusional dumbasses. What do you mean you can handle Russia? You don't got hypersonic missiles like Russia do. Russia can hit you guys any day of the week. What do you mean you can handle Russia? I mean, here's the thing. I hope Russia doesn't invade Poland. I doubt they want to. But I mean, the way NATO's positioning themselves against Russia, we might just see that. But we got Poland over here talking crazy like, don't worry, we can handle them. No, the F you can't. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, Putin is actually taking it easy on Ukraine. He could have steamrolled them with honestly a nuke, much less a hypersonic missile. So yeah, you guys saying that, oh, we could just take Russia, you're being delusional.
With the Soviet in Bolsheviks.
Okay, Poland, that was World War One.
Oh, yeah,
How'd
bro, chill
World
out,
War
bro.
II go?
Calm down.
Without us, right now, you'd all be speaking German and a little Japanese, perhaps.
Yep.
The Europeans have a very selective memory. Hitler dominated Denmark, and we babysat Greenland for, what, 4 years? And we don't even get a thank you.
After the war, we gave Greenland back to Denmark. How stupid were we to do that? But we did it. But we gave it back. But how ungrateful are they now?
Trump's still looking for spoils from World War II. Greenland's not too much to ask for. It's just an iceberg.
So we want a piece of ice for world protection, and they won't give it. We've never asked for anything else, and we could have kept that piece of land, and we didn't. So they have a choice. You can say yes, and we will be very appreciative, or you can say no, and we will remember.
Trump's like, you live in my home. You're on the family phone plan. We have dogs that you never take care of. You said you would, but you never do. A little appreciation would be nice. It's not like we want Greenland so our friends can't have it. The Danes, the French, the Finns, the Poles, it's all for us. It's even for the Greenlanders. We'll pay for it, develop it, and defend it. And that'll give the Europeans more time to fish and ride Vespas and go to the sauna, do whatever it is they do. All they have to do is sign on the dotted line.
All we're asking for is to get Greenland, including right title and ownership, because you need the ownership to defend it. You can't defend it on a lease. Number one, legally, it's not defensible that way.
And Trump is right. But here's the thing, though. Trump seems to have got a forever lease. That's the difference here. Trump has a forever lease on Greenland, that where he can do as much mining. The military bases could be there for as long as they want. I mean, mining could go on for as long as it's want. And if we're building the Golden Dome around it, I mean, what does that tell you? That we're going to be there for a very, very long time. And as Trump says, forever. I was like, whoa. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. He means it.
Totally. And number two, psychologically, who the hell wants to defend a license agreement?
When you rent a house, let's be honest, you kind of beat it up. You spill, you stain, you scuff, because you know someone else owns it and they'll take care of it. I mean, I don't do that when I rent, but people do. And when you own a house, not only do you defend it, but you fix it up, you paint it, maybe put in a tennis court. This is a real estate transaction. Sure, Greenland's not officially on the market, but sometimes people don't realize they want to sell until someone makes them an offer. And it's not gunboat diplomacy.
Not
like,
an offer,
well,
but
we
more
didn't
like
have an
a
aircraft
threat.
carrier anywhere near.
Hey, yo, what's going on, gaming?
What up?
That's all. Yeah, go ahead.
I said, not really an offer, more like a threat.
Literally. It's like, here's the thing. It's kind of funny how NATO capitulated on paper. It's like, you know what? Instead of you just coming in there and just making us look like weak and dumb, let's just get this on paper and we'll just, you know, save face in front of our people in Europe. I was like, wow.
Well, it's funny because they were talking tough and then boop, back down.
Immediately. And now here's the thing, though. People on the left are trying to say, oh, Trump, this was a taco Trump moment. I'm just like, did you read the agreement?
I mean, here's the thing. Anytime, like, first of all, 50 troops, that's not embarrassing. That's insulting. You seem to think we so weak that you don't even need a considerable force. Bro, 2 drunk Florida men could take that on.
Literally, bro. With the white weapon, well, 2 drunk Florida men and a nice helicopter can take that on.
Nah, that's the helicopter come from the rednecks. I mean, shoot, for all I care, we could send the YNs over there and we'd have it in a week.
I'm done, man. Just sent the YNs over there and Shiesties. We'd be good.
Right. It's like, come on now. Y'all sitting up here like really pretending like Greenland is that hard to take. And then y'all ain't saying nothing now that China over there just raw dogging y'all like there ain't no tomorrow. Unfair trade deals, unfair trade practices. You know, part of their trade deal for the mineral mining they had in Greenland was that they get 42% of the profit after they already mined up all the material. So not only like picture this. Picture this. The Chinese company comes in, they buy Greenland, the mining rights to Greenland. They hire Greenlanders with their third-party joint company in Greenland. 42% of the money, well, China makes all the money. The Greenlanders only get 42% of the money from the mining agreement.
All right.
Ew.
Greenland.
The military's not on the table. I don't think it'll be necessary. I really don't. Okay. I think people are going to use better judgment. They'll use their best judgment, and I don't think that will not be necessary.
Trump says we're not invading Greenland, and Denmark tells us to go F ourselves. Who's being insane here? The Europeans mobilized and deployed 34 soldiers to defend Greenland from the U.S. military. The question the media should be asking is, have the Europeans lost it? Denmark's being so ridiculous, we're not even negotiating with them.
Mr. President, the Danish foreign minister rejected your call to negotiate on Greenland. What will...
I didn't call him.
And it's like, bro, it's because these are people acting like they got power that they don't have. It's like they don't have that power to honestly tell the United States no. We could have took it from them in the meanest way possible, and honestly, nobody would have been able to check us on it. Or everybody would just been crying about international laws.
I said this before when we went to Venezuela. I was like, I mean, realistically, if somebody, if we decided to take Greenland, who's gonna come do something about it? Like that's what it boils down to. Who's gonna stop us? Russia ain't.
Nope.
China ain't.
No, they'll move on to somebody else. I mean,
Right.
and the Lord knows we're NATO, so that's out the window.
And it was funny because I'm over here watching, like looking at the requests go in and out of NATO for what they're asking. Majority of these countries, namely Germany, France, and Denmark, were asking NATO for money so that they could buy more American tanks to send over to defend Greenland. And NATO was basically like, no, this is retarded. Mostly because the U.S. owns over the lion's share of defense spending.
Facts. All right.
No, sorry.
I don't like getting it secondhand. If he wants to tell me, he'll tell me that to my face.
And when will you be discussing this?
I have no idea.
When you said
I'll be discussing it with this man right here.
Mr. President,
He's frankly more important.
Ooh, Trump went over Denmark's head to go negotiate directly with NATO.
Yep.
And guess what? Trump's leaving Davos with a deal. Quote, based on a very productive meeting that I have had with the Secretary General of NATO, we have formed the framework of a future deal with respect to Greenland and, in fact, the entire Arctic region. This solution, if consummated, will be a great one for the United States of America and all NATO nations. So it's a framework for a deal. We can call that progress.
Does it still include the United States having ownership of Greenland like you've said you wanted?
It's a long-term deal. It's the ultimate long-term deal. And I think it puts everybody in a really good position, especially as it pertains to security and minerals and everything else.
Bret Baier spoke to NATO Chief Mark Rutte, who confirmed Europe is going to be giving in a little on Greenland.
Today, this agreement on working collectively on this deal getting done on the Arctic region, I think we can really commend him for taking that leadership role. He is doing exactly what I hope he would do when he was re-elected, knowing him from his first term in office. And he's right that collectively we have to protect the Arctic region.
This is why you can't trust the media. All week, what'd they tell us? Trump was going to attack Greenland.
Yep.
We were going to go to war with NATO and fracture the alliance. They said he was meant to.
Like, man, here's the thing, though. What sounded so ridiculous is go to war with NATO. With what? Them and all 50 of their troops? Like, that's a war? I'm sorry, but there was going to be no war with NATO. It's just going to be the surrendering of NATO or the breaking up of NATO. That's what it all is. Because we jumped out of NATO, and a lot of countries feel like they don't have that American support. They're going to jump out of NATO themselves. A lot of countries are in NATO because America's in NATO, and they basically got the protection of a superpower, the most powerful of the superpowers. So if we are out of it, then I'm be real with you, a lot of other countries will bow out too because they wouldn't feel that protection from Russia anymore. But hey,
ill. But wait, Trump and the NATO chief are setting up a deal for Greenland, and there's not going to be any trade war, any war. And Marco and JD Vance are going to work out the details. Europe and America are going to be rich and safe, and Greenland gets McDonald's. It's a win for everybody. Everybody knows if a civilization isn't growing, it's dying. Now, we're not overextending. It's just a nice buffer, a nice piece of property with a few native villagers who can help us mine minerals and start rooting for the New England Patriots. You'd think of all countries, Canada, our neighbor to the north, would be ecstatic, but they're acting like we dumped them.
Canada gets a lot of freebies from us, by the way. They should be grateful also, but they're not. I watched your prime minister yesterday. He wasn't so grateful.
Nope.
They should be grateful to us. Canada.
I mean, Canada sat there and said, yeah, we're going to go towards China to invoke this new world order because America's not giving us our way anymore. So we're just going to align ourselves with their adversary. I was like, wow. And these are our neighbors.
Honestly, I think screw it. We should just invade Canada. We already have a province that is trying to secede from them because they're so awful. They're being taken over by immigrants. 90% of Canadians really hate their government, and they didn't really even have a good choice for somebody to elect during their presidential election.
Mm-hmm. Well, that and their Republican candidate completely shot himself in the foot by trying to go against Trump. I was like,
right.
Whoa.
So it's kind of like, okay, well, you guys are talking major smack. How about we go ahead and make you the 51st state?
At this point, it seemed like we need to, the way they're willing to cooperate with China. But hey, we'll see how that works out.
Lives because of the United States. Remember that, Mark, the next time you make your statements.
Look how the media is covering this.
I'm done. Watch how you
Trump
talk.
backs down on taking Greenland. So when he was going to invade, he's a bully. And when he doesn't invade, he's weak.
Yeah.
Even after he got a handshake deal, the media spins it like he's retreating. Well, I guess he's retreating with Greenland in his pocket. Are American reporters upset that we're about to acquire the world's biggest island? Or are they upset that they were wrong and Trump's getting results? Either way, America's expanding. And when there's an American boom, we boom together.
Met Mr. Toyota in Japan. So what's your name? Toyota. I said, oh, do you own the car company? Yes, 92%. I said, you didn't have to be that specific. But I said, you're rich. Yes, I'm rich. But he just announced he's going to do $10 billion worth of plants.
Davos, to steal Charlie Kirk's words, was a turning point. America has reset the agenda and is schooling the world on what works and what doesn't. Open borders, outsourcing jobs, printing money to pay for socialism is a death sentence. And it wasn't just Trump delivering that message. American CEOs flew to Davos to tell the Euros straight to their face. Listen.
You cannot imagine how painful it was each and every day under the Biden administration to look at what new crazy proposal was being put into place to solve a problem that didn't even exist. There were so many decisions that were so poorly thought out in terms of economic consequences. It cost the U.S. economy dearly. I mean, I cannot emphasize
this
that
is
enough.
So
Biden would go overseas. He'd sign every treaty.
Go ahead.
So this is part of this issue is, well, not part of the issue. This is why Gavin Newsom looked so stupid when he followed Trump to Davos. Because you had CEOs even saying, like, yeah, the last administration ran things so piss poorly that a lot of economies lost way more money than they should have.
Mm.
And ooh, bro. And then the way Gavin Newsom was like, they call me Gavin Newsom. Like, bro, you zesty ass old man.
I'm done. But nah, here's the thing though. Like, it is true. It's like, bro, you're over here following Trump, hating on Trump. But I'm like, bro, you really run the richest country in America and it's going down the hole. Y'all are about to hit, well, y'all about to be in a deficit. If not, you guys already are.
Okay.
So I'm sorry, but all this like crying about Trump ain't helping out your people of California. This is why I think that people of California need to wake the fuck up and like honestly, y'all need to vote in somebody better. Like, how long y'all
Well,
gonna be?
they can't really do it because they can't really do it because they so this was actually a statistic. I looked into it to make sure it was valid. About 400,000 people were found to be ineligible for jury duty, and it's because a lot of them were not legal citizens, but they were able to vote. So quite literally, California is importing their voting base.
Yeah, that makes sense. Makes sense. I could see that, but even I don't know. Sometimes even without the illegals, I still wonder, would the Dems win anyway? But
No, they wouldn't, because contrary to popular belief, their biggest districts, San Diego, Los Angeles, and forgot what that other hick town upstate in California is. Those are actually mostly staunchly Republican. They just keep getting a mayor because they have a bunch of illegals voting. Like if you go to San Diego, like I was in San Diego and I've been there, majority of them actually are real conservative. It's it's the illegal aliens that aren't.
All right then. All right, then let's keep it going.
The Europeans put in front of them. He gave away billions of dollars. AutoPen went wild. Energy prices sky high. China, Russia ran wild. And then he'd go doze off at meetings or wander in an Italian field all alone and hit the sheets before the dinner party. And guess what? The Europeans loved him. Why? Because he was asleep and they had the man on a leash. He just handed out checks, patted everybody on the back, and forgot what century it was.
I mean, yeah, bro, just printing money willy-nilly while telling us that don't worry, the inflation won't hit us. I mean, and it did. It hit us hard. And he sat there and was like, what do you mean? Best economy ever, right? Like, bro.
It'd have been nice if all that money printing would have actually went toward U.S. citizens. Then at least people would have been like, yeah, he got us into a bunch of debt, but yo, a lot of us cashed out.
Yeah, a lot of us, we got more money than ever. The inflation isn't really that much because all the money went to us, not overseas, to never be seen again.
Not transgender story time in like Uganda somewhere.
Bruh, nah, you're right. It's too embarrassing at a certain point.
And then people don't realize, like, with the I want to harp on this for a little second. With the whole Venezuelan oil thing, it wasn't just political; it was also strategic. Because by putting U.S. interest in Venezuela, you now basically have China, Russia, Iran, and who is the other one? There's like a fourth one, I can't remember. China, Russia, and Iran, I know are the three. They can't get their oil there anymore.
Yeah.
And U.S. refineries Cuba. U.S. refineries can't process the oil that comes out of Venezuela, not because we don't have the tech to, but because we would lose like 25% of the money we would put in just to refine the oil. So it's not really about the oil, it's about preventing access from other countries getting it. And then when you realize that China is losing billion-dollar industries left and right, and Russia just kind of tanked like 35% of their economy just on the war themselves, added in with the fact that, and I really want to hit on this, the Iranian protests are still happening. They are just news agencies aren't reporting on it, which I gotta say, shout out to any liberals that are watching, because you guys have managed to be quiet as a church mouse. What happened to free Palestine, right? From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. That's what y'all was screaming. What, the Iranian people aren't pro-Palestine enough for you.
I mean, that is true though. The Iranian people are like they're definitely pro-Palestine. The problem there is that
No,
people
they're
do the
not.
whole
They're not. I've been actually going through
bro.
some
They're
actual.
pro-Palestine.
Hold up.
Come on now, they're
Hold-
waving the flags even in the protesters and all that.
That's not their flag. That's not the Palestinian flag. The flag they're waving is the Iranian
No,
Persian
bro.
flag.
See, you don't even know what I'm talking about. That is their. I've seen Palestinian flags in these Iranian protesters.
Yes.
And think about it, bro. Their government supports Hamas. So, and be
Hold
honest
up.
with you, like, and
That-
no, I'm be real with you. Yes, the people of Iran actually do support Palestine. I mean, why wouldn't they?
Those are sympathizers. I'm telling you right now. If I can get a hold of one of my sources without breaking some red tape, would you take my word for it?
I mean, yeah, but I'd have to hear from because my sources are telling me, like, yeah, the people of Iran stand with Palestine on both sides, the anti-government and the government side.
They stand with the people, not the government.
Of course. Okay, well, I'm sorry. They stand with the Palestinians. They stand with the Palestinians, not Hamas. Gotcha.
Yeah, we're saying the same thing then.
Okay.
That's not where I thought you were going. Yeah, they stand
Okay, my bad. Oh, yeah, the way I was making it sound is that they just were supporting the Hamas terrorist group.
No. So basically, a little history on that. Hamas actually took over Gaza, and so that entire government from the top down is basically Iranian
Take over. Well, weren't they voted in?
No, that was.
Yeah, they were. They were voted in. They held elections in 06.
That was a fraudulent election. Those were rigged.
Come on now, dog. It's like every time, like the guy we win,
No,
fraudulent. I never heard that claim. I honestly, and here's the thing: I remember like the Palestinian Authority, they got dominion over the West Bank, and even that's being destroyed right now.
Okay, I ain't supporting the Israel actions if that's where this is going. But what I'm saying is, even some people during the Islamic what was it? It was the 2015, I think, or 2016 is Islamic Summer of Love, basically, where they rioted across Iran, Iraq, Palestine, Kuwait, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, and Gaza about Iran basically funding a whole bunch of terrorist organizations. So, and part of that was that some information came out that Iran had been fueling ISIS, Hamas, the Houthis, fueling the war in Yemen, fueling the war in Sudan, fueling the targeted war in Nigeria where they're killing a whole bunch of Christians. They had fueled a lot of that stuff, and they were pretty much everywhere. And so the riot was basically a way for them to fight back. That's why it got put down. But the way that Iran framed it is, oh, we didn't do anything, blah, blah, blah. And like freaking idiot Obama took the bait, mostly because he's a terrorist sympathizer. And so now the people of Iran, like, yeah, they stand with the people, keyword, the people of Palestine. But that's only a small minority because the majority of and I was over there and I can tell you this for a fact, the majority of that government that's over there right now is actually terrorist organization. They just cosplay as political figures. So the flags that they're waving, you also have to look at the type of flag. I think the Palestinian flag has like 3 green stars on it, right?
Nah, I think it has like one with stripes, like of course the white, red. But nah, well, hold on now. For sure though, they were waving the Palestinian flag. The thing is though, that here's the thing. The Iranian people have been supporters of what was going on in Palestine for a while now. I mean, they were the main ones calling out the open air concentration camp that was going on in Palestine. So I know, I know you're trying to sit here and frame it as if, oh, well, no, they don't care about nobody but Hamas, but
no, that's not how I'm trying to. That's not how I'm
trying to
frame it.
And I get what you're saying that they fund these terrorist organizations. You're right. But so does other Middle Eastern countries, like in Yemen, bro. You got the UAE supporting their own group in Yemen. You got Iran supporting their own group in Yemen, and you got Saudi Arabia supporting their own group in Yemen.
Hey, notice I didn't bring up UAE supporting the Iranian coalition or the revolution that's going on over there, and it's because they get tons of money from from Iran. It's just they're more smart about the way they move it. But if you look hard enough, yeah, they moving money through oil, weapons, and everything, letting terrorists use their deep water and shallow water ports. Oh yeah, I've seen a whole bunch of that. But
I get that. Mhm.
so like the revolution that's happening, like I said, and I told you the last time I was on live, everything I said is based off of historical fact. And majority of those people actually don't want the government over there. Now they may have now there may be a segment of people that also support Palestine, but ultimately they really don't want the government over there. And from what I've been seeing and from who I've been talking to, everything that's being put out on Western media is being put out by the people that only support the government, and the other side of the story isn't being told because the internet is still shut off. For example,
I mean, hold on now. I think the anti-government side story is being told way more than the pro-government side. Actually, bro, remember, we weren't even willing to accept that there were pro-government rallies. Actually, most of the media came outside of Iran. Bro, the 12 to 20,000 people dead, bro, that's not confirmed Iranian numbers. The confirmed Iranian number is 5,000.
No, I agree. I agreed with what you were saying, but me and Monty were like, yeah, that's what they're saying, but realistically, it might be more. Like when they said that, oh, they didn't execute those 800 people. I'm sorry, but if you believe that from a totalitarian dictatorship who seized power through a coup in 1979, you might be cooked.
No, I can see that. Shoot. All right then. All right. Well, let's get into this next video though, because we got one with Nick Fuentes pretty much calling out the drifters on the conservative party.
All
right, man. And we're gonna go ahead and end off on this one.
At the end of the day, I've been right and they have all been wrong. I've been beating the drum on Israel for 10 years and getting no help from anybody.
There's times that you're right and they're wrong, but at minimum, you could definitely say that you were at least, even if you're both right, you were right first.
Yes. And all I would like is little recognition of, not even like, oh, a pat on the back, but some recognition when they say they disagree with my tactics or my strategy. It's like, okay, but in many ways, I changed the conversation. And I don't know if it would have changed in the same way without, many of the things that I've said and done have been proven right over the years, whether it was with Ye or whatever. It's like we've been at the tip of the spear and you've been trailing behind. So that would be I would just ask for a little humility on that.
Up to date, NXR Studios is the only right-wing media company to produce a 10-part
All right, here we are. Mr. Nicholas Fuentes, we are going to be calling out conservative grifters. I feel like that's something you do, I don't know, every 5 seconds, like pretty often. Now, some of the guys, I've seen you call out, guys, and I'm like, I kind of like that guy. And maybe I'm wrong. Like sometimes things that you'll say something and I'll be like, that's mean, or Nick, you're being stupid, and then 6 months go by and I'm like, oh, he was actually kind of right. And then there's some that I still disagree with. And so we could push back a little bit, but a lot of your instincts have been correct. And at a certain point, I'm not going to just take everything you say as gospel, but I'd be foolish not to at least consider it. So let's start with, maybe some of the obvious ones, but I would love if towards the end of this episode, maybe throw out a couple guys that people might be surprised by, that you're like, I know you all kind of like so-and-so, but, all right, so that's what you do. I feel like you're ready. Who are some guys that you're like, that's not the real deal?
Hey, absolutely. Yeah. I think that, it's important though to define what a grifter is.
Yeah, dude.
Because, they're, in my opinion, because I try to be fair. I try not to just rail against everyone I disagree with and say things about them that aren't true. Because I think there's a fine line between somebody who's a grifter and someone who is just maybe not awake or somebody who's not on board. And to me, a grifter is somebody that is saying things that they know are not true because it's convenient, because they'll make more money that way. And I got to be honest with you, the people that I have the biggest problem with, it's guys like Matt Walsh. I have to say, Matt Walsh and Michael Knowles, to me, are the biggest ones.
And they're both Catholic.
I know.
Those should be your guys.
I know. And that's the thing is,
well, let me go on the record real quick, because I don't want to be hypocritical. I like Matt Walsh. And actually, this, I think, will maybe surprise some of the listeners, but I like Matt Walsh in kind of like a blue collar everyman. He just got like that. He just has common sense in spades, right? He's just, he's good on that. But Michael Knowles is actually, I think, more based. People usually think,
yeah, I mean, if you ask me to choose between what was it, Michael Knowles and what was the other guy?
Matt Walsh.
Yeah, I would choose Michael Knowles.
Yeah, Michael Knowles. Michael Knowles has that wisdom that comes from life experience, and you can kind of tell that's how he carries himself.
Yeah, and I mean, you could tell he's a little bit more level-headed, I would say, than Matt Walsh. In my opinion.
Matt Walsh, he is good when he's on the money. He's on the money. So the only disagreement I would have with Nick Fuentes is not that he's necessarily grifting. He may be running with information that isn't exactly all the way true, and he's not taking his time to actually sift through it, which is really important.
I mean, his trusted sources that became too trusted to where even if they are lying to him, he wouldn't even notice. He wouldn't even accept it.
Right, and that's where I think Nick Fuentes is getting grifting with being too trusting confused.
Yeah, and that's the thing though. I get that though, because like let's be real though, like there are some guys in our base in MAGA who are a bit too trusting of the Trump administration. Until it's like, all right, bro, we can't just sit here and co-sign every little thing the man does.
Right,
but
it's like
yeah,
it's like I know, like with the whole what was it that he rolled out last year that pissed everybody across the nation off at once?
What,
the
tariffs?
whole the student loan thing.
Oh,
yeah, when he rolled out and he was like, yeah, everybody's gonna have to pay back their student loans and we're gonna start up the interest on them and no one's getting a free pass, and everybody's like, bro, what the fuck are you doing?
Literally, it's like, bro, you're literally hearing people complain about affordability, but you're trying to like force these payments on people who are dealing with an affordability crisis. Are you trying to lose the midterms?
Like and there are, like you said, there are, and I'm using that as an example to prove what you're saying. Yeah, there are people who I saw that were following this man say that blindly off a cliff. I'm like, no, that's gonna fuck the nation for real. Because part of the reason why people can't pay the student loans is because they ain't got no damn money.
Literally. And now all of a sudden you just go tell them like, oh, now we're just gonna force it and garnish your check on what they can already afford. They can barely afford their essentials, and now you're gonna start garnishing their check. And they know this is coming from the president. So when midterm comes around and all the Republicans lose, I would literally look at them and be like, yo, you guys are literally exacerbated an affordability problem to help the big banks.
Right.
That's literally what you did. You helped the big banks. You said F them, your average American, and just say, oh, let's work for them. You didn't think, and let's be real, that's going to turn more people socialists.
Right. And it's like, he could have said something like this. This would have made more sense. All right, for anybody that has student loans of under $50,000 total, we'll pay off up to like 80 or 90% of the student loans for anything under 50,000, or hell, let's even be fair, 60,000. Okay, that takes care of your community college kids, and that takes care of your kids that go from community college all the way to university or your trade school kids, right? So your biggest workforce now has their burden offloaded. Then you roll out another policy that's like, all right, we're going to cover student loans for up to 50%. Okay, 50%. These are your like not necessarily what is it, masters and some of your doctorate degrees.
Now look, I like where you're going with it, because you're right. I mean, at least it'd be way less than, I mean, well, if you're a doctor, you're paying like $100K or more for that. I mean, tech students, they be coming out with like 60,000. Like, it does seem like the more advanced your degree is, the more you're paying for it. And this is why I do feel bad for those guys who are going to get these advanced degrees, but then can't find work in that field. It is effed up, especially with, like I always did say, if you guys are just going to import a whole bunch of H-1B visas, then stop telling kids to go to college. Stop putting them in debt just for them to be taking them out of the roll call for an H-1B visa. Actually, no, you guys should forgive their student loan, because that's exactly what you're doing. Like, you lied to them.
You basically, not even that, let's call it what it is. They basically are replacing highly qualified students with the education to match with less qualified immigrants, and they're paying out the same amount of money they would have paid out if they would have just paid some of the student loans back.
But all right, though, let's keep it going.
Matt Walsh, but Michael Knowles, he understands, like, he's more like, the Christian monarch, and that, like, he knows like the Catholic philosophy and like the history and stuff like that. So like Michael Knowles, I think in some ways is like more on board for like, let's set up a Christian monarch and Christian nationalism than even Walsh would be. But both of them do really well in a lot of ways, but they're never going to call out Jews.
Right.
So I get that.
Well, and that's the issue is it's not that I don't like them as guys. I mean, over the years, I have come to have a little more respect for them. They're Catholic. They're fellow travelers on some level. They're white. Michael Knowles is Italian. He's Sicilian. I'm Calabrian. So we were a little different as Italians, as far as Italians go. But what is very frustrating about them is, here's what I will say in their defense. I think that they both, the way they look at it, it's a trade-off, which is that they get to enjoy the Daily Wire platform where they get to push the ball down the field on some of the issues they care about. And on the issues they care about, they're very good.
Yeah.
Like Matt Walsh, to his credit, has been a champion against the transgender movement.
Yeah, really.
And he's gotten laws changed in Tennessee.
Like real effects.
Yes. He's summoned his people to the school boards. His documentary was unbelievable. He changed the conversation on that issue.
Yeah, they're like what was it? Like, what is a racist and what is a woman? Bro, those are both bangers. Let me be real with you.
Yeah, those were some of his best works. And that's where I think like Matt Walsh really shines. But because it's fact-based, he's asking like the legit questions that Americans are like, logical questions that Americans would follow up with. It's like, okay, well, if a woman is, X, Y, and Z, then where do we even get the basis from where a woman is? Asking those questions, bro. One day we should play those documentaries, dog.
Sure, we can do a Rumble watch party for it. But all right, though.
Yeah.
He did.
And that was admirable. And I admire that as an activist, as a broadcaster. I think it's very powerful. So I think it's hard. They're good guys. I think they're generally pushing in the right direction as social conservatives, Catholics. And they've also, I would say, maybe Matt Walsh more so, they've been good on race too. Matt Walsh has been very brave on the white identity front against immigration, diversity, crime. Here's the problem, though, for me at least, and maybe it's a difference of opinion. My message is America first. And so that's really not about conservatism in any way, shape, or form, because conservatism inherently is about like retarding social progress.
Right.
And that has like a negative connotation, but that could be a good thing. Like progress is a spook in some ways. Is there progress? That's a question. America first is not about that. It's about whether we have sovereignty, which is extremely specific. It's whether the American people actually have a say over the big decisions that happen in our country, whether they're made by the public or private sector. And that has to do with whether we're independent, whether we're free, whether as citizens, we really still have a government of, by, and for the people. And so I came up during the Trump generation, and his message was basically about that. On some levels, an anti-corruption message. And so to me, it's like, if you are not America first, and the biggest obstacle to that, of course, is the Israel lobby, at least on the right wing, then you're kind of a traitor. And I identify Ben Shapiro, like some would call him a grifter. I would say he's just a foreign operative because he believes in what he says, but he's just agitating for a foreign government. He's on Israel's side, not America's. And so to see Matt Walsh and Michael Knowles, they're two Catholic guys. They're good guys. They're pro-white. They're patriotic. For them to be in the camp with Shapiro, working for him, and in a way, buttressing what his message is, almost like inoculating him from criticism.
Right. Because anybody who doesn't like Ben Shapiro, the immediate retort is, but Matt Walsh, how bad could he be? Because Matt Walsh,
Exactly. And they'll say, it's keeping Daily Wire afloat. If Daily Wire was just Andrew Klavan and Ben Shapiro, would it have any cachet?
Right.
Absolutely not.
Well,
it's Knowles and Walsh holding it up. And
the big three was Candace, Walsh, and Knowles. Those were the big three. When they lost Candace, I mean, they really start pushing on Knowles. I mean, we start pushing on Walsh and Knowles.
So you want to know
Look at a guy like
what's up?
Candace Owens, actually, one of her reasons why she left was because of the BS that's surrounding Ben Shapiro.
Yeah, that, and I mean, Ben Shapiro was literally vying for her job. I mean, bro was literally asking for her to be, fired.
Canned. Yeah.
Canned. And she got his way. He got his way out of that. I mean, he was able to, cry, bitch, and scream. And he got it done. Just like he was able to cry, bitch, and scream his way onto TPS, that TPS event.
And then
I was going
to say, and then on top of it, it's one of the reasons why Steven Crowder was like, nah, I don't want to join Daily Wire because look what you did to her. What do you think? What do you think would happen to me if I join you guys and then Ben Shapiro gets a wild hair up his ass?
I mean, here's the thing. They were trying to sign over Steven Crowder. And now I remember, what was it? I think it was Candace Owens and Steven Crowder got into a beef over this because Candace trying to say that, Steven Crowder is lying. He was being spoiled. They offered him a certain amount of money. He said no. And then Steven Crowder came at Candace. Like, bro, Steven Crowder and Candace has always been like enemies. Some strange reason. Like, whatever position Candace takes, Steven Crowder will take the opposite. It's like almost hilarious at a certain point. Same thing with Candace.
I think Steven does it at this point just for the memes.
Yeah, at a certain point.
He's doing a lot of good. He is clearly very popular, but does he want his legacy to be standing next to Ben Shapiro and giving him plausible deniability, giving him cover with the white people, with the Christians? And that's where, it's kind of funny. Like, people have defamed my friends with the guilt by association for years. People say, I don't agree with everything he says, but it's like, do you really want to do that for Shapiro, which is kind of platform him and give him a seat at the table? I think that's problematic. And so I would call them out and say, I think they could survive on their own. Candace Owens and we have our differences, but she did something very courageous when she went against Shapiro. And when she went out on her own, she achieved heights that she never did at Daily Wire.
It didn't hurt her at all. She did great.
It helped her.
Yeah.
And so, if anything, she proved it's possible that you can survive off of the Daily Wire plantation. You can thrive, actually. So
that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to survive off the YouTube plantation. I'm trying to show creators that, look, when YouTube start acting funny, we don't got to sit there and take that shit to the chin, bro. We got other platforms we can go to and build a community on. And that's why I've always respected what Candace did, is that she took a big conservative platform, gave them the middle finger, said, I'll do my own thing. You got to respect
days never finished. Master got me working. Someday Master set me free.
My bro, you about to start make me sing hymns and all that. But all right.
Singing them slave music.
Wade in the water. Okay,
bro.
and I said this before. I've been very harsh towards both of them. And in some ways I regret it. So I've been very harsh. I've been pretty tough on them.
Almost daily, in the comments of Matt Walsh, he says something that's good. And I know you agree with it. And your comment will be, leave the Daily Wire, or like, something like that.
I say you work for Ben Shapiro. Daily reminder.
Yeah, right.
And it's like a one-sided beef. But I've really said some intense stuff towards them. But it's only out of just like a deep frustration. It may be me retconning it, but I'm so frustrated because they could do so much good on the right side. And I know it's their prerogative, it's their life, and it's their job, and they can pursue their own strategy, of course, but I know everybody would love to see them really take their own side. You don't need Shapiro and Klavan. You could do your own thing. And the last thing I'll say, though, is this. The one thing which is really inexcusable, I always tell people, and we're doing shows about this subject also, I tell people it's okay to conceal your views, but you can't lie. You can't, because that helps the enemy when you lie. And it's also immoral. And what I really can't stand is when Matt Walsh went on Tucker Carlson. They talk about Israel. And Matt Walsh said, well, you know, I'm just not obsessed with Israel. I'm pro-America, he said. And, you know, I think if you're preoccupied with Israel, positive or negative, that's a problem, he said. And a number of other things. He said, I think Israel, they have a right to defend themselves and they can defend themselves on their own. And I'm like, that's not true. Like, that's a lie. That's
if
a
America wasn't
disingenuous.
propping up Israel, they'd be in a world of hurt.
And he knows that. I think everyone knows that. And it's disingenuous.
I mean, anybody tries to tell you differently, like the whole 12-day war, when they say, oh, Israel was completely decimating Iran, I'm like, that's not true. Both sides reacted getting hit heavily. And if the war would have kept going, Israel would have lost it all because it was a battle of nutrition. And I'll be honest with you. I mean, if it was without us, yeah, they'd have lost it because a lot of those missiles would end up hitting them because we were actually blocking a lot of the missiles off the coast.
That's why we sent the destroyer. That's why we sent 2 destroyers off the coast of Palestine
to intercept those missiles. So without us, bro, Israel would have got decimated.
Now, at the same time, we don't need to be sending them billions of freaking dollars in aid, though, especially not when our own country's right either.
Yeah, facts. I mean, we don't need to be sending them $3 billion in aid. Shoot, they've dedicated to a $110 billion military spending plan to wean themselves off America's, you know, dependence of military force. I mean, I get it, but come on. Like, after all this, you just gonna turn away from us just because we're not letting you get your way in Iran?
Yeah, that's pretty much how it is around the world. And this is the biggest thing. Now that America is actually putting us first and we're calling the shots and we're using our authority that we've long since had, now all of a sudden everybody is like, you've changed. No, I just started realizing my value.
Man, facts. Oh, guys, if you're still on YouTube, try to see if you can make your way over to Rumble. Set Media on Rumble.
Even to frame it that way, because to take this position that I just don't care about Gaza, okay, but America we're on the hook for that in every way, shape, and form. It's detrimental to our country. And this arrangement exists because of corruption. So you can't recuse yourself and say, well, that's happening over there. Yeah, but we're involved, and we're involved because of what's happening here. So I thought that was very disingenuous, and I just wish that they would be as forceful on that issue as they are on the other things. And I think there's a deception there. I don't like that.
Yeah. So more than just we don't touch it, but even at least on a couple of occasions saying something that was categorically untrue.
Right.
Like Israel is a big boy and they're great in their own right and they can do their own thing. When they literally can't. It's not like Israel, I just want to stay out of it. It's like, no, we are actually actively propping them up. And somebody has to say enough.
Right.
All right. Who are some others?
I would say that, and again, this is kind of like a different category. What I really can't stand lately is Josh Hammer, who's also a Daily Wire alum. I believe he's now at Newsweek. And Josh Hammer, I don't know if you're familiar with him.
A little bit. He was at NatCon.
Yes.
Right. Okay. He was on a panel at NatCon, and I had a friend on that panel who's still a friend, but I wasn't stoked.
Yeah, I did love that. Yeah. Well, he's been around forever, and he was at Daily Wire for a long time. And I think he went away, and I think he has some role there now, although I'm not sure. And what I knew this guy for many years is that he would frequently tweet that white people are inherently anti-Semitic. He's tweeted it on at least 2 or 3 occasions. He says that,
well, white people are historically Christian.
Right. Yeah. Historically. So,
you know, and the New Testament, like, I got in big trouble because I said the Bible is anti-Semitic. I don't think in an objective sense, but what I was trying to say is that not just the ADL, right? It's easy to like, oh, the ADL. It's not just the ADL. There are multiple clear biblical principles that I could just change a couple words and basically essentially just quote the New Testament and what Jesus said. And it's not just the ADL. Ben Shapiro would say that's anti-Semitic.
Yes.
And so my point when I said, the Bible is anti-Semitic, I was trying to make a point and say that, like, you guys are so concerned about anti-Semitism, but if your chief standard in morality becomes avoiding anti-Semitism, you will compromise the New Testament.
Mm.
You will.
Yeah, that's 100% true. And that's even happening with the Catholic Church. They're putting on Good Friday, they put in like a little piece of paper inside the missal, which is sort of like a disclaimer. Because, of course, for centuries, the Catholics would pray for the perfidious Jews on Good Friday. And the story on Good Friday is that the Jews call for the death of Christ.
Right.
And so on I don't know if it was the Holy Thursday or the Easter Sunday Mass, that's part of it. And the Catholic Church put in like a disclaimer that says we do not do that anymore. This is anti-Semitic. So yeah, you really can't faithfully talk about the gospel without leaning into that territory.
That's part of the story.
Right.
And people always say, well, the Romans killed Jesus. When that was a big thing, like a couple of years ago, like who killed Jesus, and like, I think biblically, like what I told people is, you could list at least 5 different, like the Father killed Jesus. It pleased him before the foundations were laid to crush the Son for our iniquity. Jesus killed Jesus. No one takes my life from me, but I freely lay it down of my own accord. Right? He could have called a legion of angels to deliver him at any time. He says this explicitly. So Jesus willingly goes to the cross. He forfeits his own life. The Father ordains it. You and I, all of us, our sin killed Jesus. Right. I mean, that's one of the truest answers. The Romans killed Jesus in the literal sense of driving the nails. So there's a lot of different accounts, but there's only one that I'm continually told I can't say.
Right.
So I'm going to say that one even louder. So like my point is, like, I would agree that it is a multifaceted answer. But at the same time, one, I'm being told I can't say. And then secondly, it's not just that I'm being told I can't say the Jews killed Jesus, so I'm going to say it louder. That is part of it. But in addition to that, the Romans scourged him. The Romans drove the nails, through his hands and pierced his side with a spear. That's true. But I mean, Pilate is pretty clear. Like, I mean, in the end, he compromises, and he's a politician, and he's up for re-election, and he's over that district, and so he is cowardly and chickens out. But Pilate didn't want to do it. So now he washes his hands, but he is guilty. I mean, it's in our creeds. Pontius, suffered under Pontius Pilate. So like he is guilty. But there is a difference between I ultimately made the decision, and so therefore I bear guilt, versus we conspired in the middle of the night to hold a kangaroo court, a mock trial where we produced false witnesses, and then we went and bribed and stirred up the crowd and say, give us.
Go ahead. Explain.
The Jews also broke every single Old Testament law when they tried Jesus.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to have a trial after sundown. You're not supposed to have a rapid trial like that, without both sides being able to provide at least 2 witnesses. You can't have the guy who's making a claim also be on the board for trying the person. You also have to, the trial has to be over the course of 3 days. It can't be held on weekends, which it was.
Oh, shit.
And it can't be held on the eve of a major festival or event, which it also was.
So they were just breaking all types of laws to bring this man down. They got a little too desperate.
Oh, yeah. You also can't bribe somebody to find evidence of wrongdoing either.
Damn. Why does that sound like our current court system?
That's what our court system was actually based off of.
Jesus. Literally.
Yeah.
But all right then. All right, guys. I guess we're going to go ahead and go from this topic, and I guess we're going to cover a bit of a dating topic as well. Since I got a married man on here, I know this is going to be extremely controversial, guys. So prepare yourselves.
Negroes.
Man, that boy Andrew Tate's back on the scene.
Communicate. All right, parents together.
What the fuck? No.
Are anyone's parents together? Are anyone's parents together?
Are your parents together?
No. Do you know why no one's parents are together? Because women won't let men cheat in peace. So we have all this bullshit.
Damn right.
It's true.
I'm sorry.
No, that took me left. I was like, wait, what? Because women won't let men cheat in peace. I was like,
yeah, let me try to pass that.
I kind of see a point. I kind of see a point somewhere in there. I see a point though, but go ahead. You go first.
All right, y'all about to hear my wife's response real time. So, is the real reason why people are single or divorce happens because y'all won't let us cheat in peace?
What the fuck does that mean?
Okay, y'all heard her response here first.
Well, according to divorce courts, it's usually money or irreconcilable differences are the top two reasons. Financial
Which
reasons
is-
and irreconcilable differences, which irreconcilable difference could mean cheating. Good.
Irreconcilable differences is legal term for she wanted out and he didn't want to go.
I mean, well, come on now. It could be both ways.
Statistically.
Yeah, you're right, though. Statistically. Oh, you got a point. Honestly, if it's kind of like this, I think the point he's making is like, all right, so you're going to leave your man, you know, you got a kid together, have this big old family, and you're going to destroy all that because, well, he cheated or he went and slept with another girl that I guess he doesn't love. But here's the thing, though. Like, of course, I can sit there and somewhat see it as a single man. I see what he's talking about. I'm like, you know, yeah, I can kind of see how if women shut the F up about cheating, a lot of marriages would still be together today. If a lot of women just played it off like, oh, well, he just had his fun. That's all. But I'm gonna be honest with you, women are almost as territorial as men. So to hear that, I mean, that definitely is going to slap a girl in the face just hearing it. But all right, though, let's hear him finish it off.
If women were to stop complaining at men when they pay for the bills, take care of the house.
Let your woman cheating peace?
Say again?
But would you let your woman cheating peace?
Absolutely not. Of course, that's disgusting. You can't do those silly things. But when a man is taking care of the house and he has something on the side, whatever, why destroy a happy home? Just, get over it, ignore it, watch TV. That's why everyone's getting divorced now, because women have been psyoped into this false idea that men who pay for all the bills and provide for you and take care of you and who are handsome and high status and tall and funny and rich and interesting and charismatic and smart are somehow going to be loyal. Yeah. Because they're not. So if you're going to get with one of those men, you have to say, okay, he's going to cheat, and that's fine. Don't marry the guy and then get divorced over something you know he's going to do. Because there's loyal men everywhere. If you want a loyal man, if loyalty matters to you so much, they work in Starbucks. You can go get one. You can go get one right now. Get a broke guy. But you don't want a broke guy. They never choose a broke guy. So they say loyalty is so important to me unless he's poor. Well, I guess it's not that important. So that's why no one's parents are together. That's actually why. And that's why all the broken homes, all the destroyed marriages, all the court cases, all this dumb shit is because women have been psyoped into believing that somehow men are monogamous when they've never been ever, and they aren't anywhere.
You know what? I mean, I'll play into the whole money point because you know what? I didn't really know couples got divorced over money when I was a kid because, well, my parents were poor growing up and they both didn't have money and they were cool. They were absolutely cool. But then when I started growing up, I actually started hearing about parents' divorce over money. Like one of my friends' parents got a divorce because his dad got laid off in 2008. Marriage was done after that. I've seen my neighbors across the street. Same thing in 2008, laid off. The mom divorced. His wife divorced with 3 kids. So trust me, I kind of understand what he's saying because it's like, well, yeah, if you don't have money, let's be real, all that lovey-dovey stuff goes out the window. So maybe a man should focus on, well, being a provider more than, I guess, being the most emotionally available husband in the world, because that emotional availability don't mean nothing when the money gone. But hey, that's just what I'm picking up from it.
Yeah. So how the fuck does that work? I'm happy, and I'm not trying to be argumentative. I'm happy to discuss the subject. You tell me a time in human history or a place on planet Earth men have ever been monogamous.
Don't feel that either.
Never.
So you guys are lying.
He's
not lying.
No, he's not.
The broke guys cheat too. What
There
if
you
the
go.
woman is the
I mean, I'm sure if you want to be petty, you can name some African tribe that lets women have multiple husbands. I'm sure if you want to be petty, but he does have a point. In the modern civilization, if you want to go all the way back to Rome, Greek, and all the great civilizations of Earth, monogamy wasn't really practiced until the great civilization of America.
No, it wasn't. It was actually polygamy. Again, the Bible doesn't justify it, though. It actually says that the more women you have, the more problems you have, i.e. Solomon.
Yeah, that is true. And I think even the Muslims did it because of it was like a birth replacement rate thing. And I think it was like wartime as well.
Right.
So there's a lot of reasons like polygamy was going down. It wasn't just because, all guys just want to F off. Well, you know what? Actually, it is kind of true. All guys do want to F off. But I mean, you got to have some type of control on your lust. You just can't be going around sleeping with every woman while being married. It's crazy. Like, you know what? I guess I could sit there and I can get down. Maybe one of my friends having a side chick or something. But going around with multiple women, I'd have to pull them to the side and be like, all right, bro, what really are you doing? Because this is like unmanageable. And I mean, when you get caught up with the game plan,
your life is in shambles past a certain point.
Literally. Or at a certain point. Like I said, I'll give a guy one. I'll give you go ahead and have your one chick on the side. But once you start juggling it with a wife, I'm just looking at you like, all right, bro. At a certain point, you're right. What is the point? What is the point of you marrying this lady if you got 3 of them, 4 or 5? Like, damn. But hey, I don't know. We'll see how guys like Andrew Tate finish out because he's living it. He's living it. So we'll see how this man finishes out. Like I always do say, he's the perfect test subject for this because I'm like, all right, bro, you living what you say. So respect. I mean, you got multiple wives, you got baby mamas, you got babies with all of them. They live in separate places and all this good stuff. I mean, and you're a man's a mean. So, I mean, it works. But let's see how this works out for your kids down the line. Do they turn out bad with daddy issues or do they turn good with because they had their dad in their life? And I guess you was able to spread your attention around to all of them equally. Let's see.
Broke guys cheat too.
No, he's not.
The broke guys cheat too. What
There
if
you
the
go.
woman is the
The broke guys cheat too. That's right. So at least get a rich guy. Like men cheat, right?
Riding a Bentley?
But yeah, exactly. But you know this
Black
whole
men don't cheat though.
Huh?
Black men don't cheat.
Black men don't cheat.
What? Black men don't cheat.
Okay. I don't know where you seen that at.
Black men don't cheat.
But I actually think for the purpose of this podcast, ladies, we need to change the definition of cheating because this idea that a man having another woman and having sex with her is cheating is wrong. That doesn't make him a cheater. He's a cheater if he leaves you and puts her in the house.
There you go.
Yep.
If he puts her in the house and takes care of her and pays her bills and puts up with her crap, then he's cheating. If you're the princess taken care of and she ain't getting shit or she's getting less than you, it's not even cheating. It's exercise. It's not a big deal.
Now I know the ladies here are listening to this like, but Gaming, if I'm not getting you in trouble, would you mind? Did you want to reply to that? What did you think about that?
Yeah, that is like the craziest state. I'm at a loss for words, honestly. Like the man done pretty much said it out of his own mouth.
Exactly. And here's the thing, though. You want to know why I chose to listen to this? Because a lot of young men listen to Andrew Tate and his words on marriage. Actually, a lot of reason why young men aren't getting married, I would say some of it is because of the rhetoric that he spews. And as much as I would love to sit here and say that, oh, this man's crazy and all this good stuff, I mean, like, damn, he does got a kind of he kind of got a point. He kind of got a point. But here's the thing, though. If you try to, I'm gonna be real with you. I know how emotional women are. If you try to argue this point to them, I mean, I'm gonna be real with you. They're gonna take it personally. Or if you just try to argue with a girl that's not your significant other, they're gonna take it personally. So I do kind of see what he means when he says, "Oh, well, the women's idea of a man in America is what's pretty much to serve her, and anything he does is deserving of all types of punishment and all this good stuff." And yeah, we get that. But you know, it's also strange though, and I think he called this out too. Now, when women do the same thing, or when women cheat and all this good stuff, they don't really get brought down as hard as on men. So I always do say the punishment is way different for men and women. Like, you know, the woman cheats and she gets congratulated because you're like, oh no, you did what's best for yourself. You was looking out for your own mental health. Let a man do it for the same exact reason he's a piece of shit and above. And I'm just like, well, damn.
Yeah, that's, I mean, you pretty much summed it up. And then basically Andrew Tate saying like broke guys can't cheat or black guy. First of all, black men don't cheat. You lying people. Whoever said that is the most. I can't tell you how many relationships I've been in where like women have been broken because of black
Charlemagne the God.
Facts.
Came up with that
Shannon.
dumbass thing. He said, oh, black men don't, real black men don't cheat. I was like, bro, shut your dumb ass up.
Clearly ain't never been in the hood.
Like, come on now, bro. So yeah, I remember that one. And then she says, oh, also broke guys cheat as well. And I'm like, damn, that's also a really good point. But I'll tell you this right now, though, a broke guy is going to be more loyal to you, most likely be more loyal to you than a rich guy will.
I'm sorry, there are some broke dudes where it's like, bro, how did you even pull her? You look like a fucking troll.
I mean, yeah. Hey, baby, they got something going for them. Hey, man, women don't get with a guy if there's nothing in it for them. Like, we all know that.
I got to bow for a little bit. Got to take care of the kiddos.
All right, my man.
All right.
That's my main game. On daddy, dude.
That's back though.
It's W's in the chat.
It's cardio,
man.
It's cardio. Do you really want a man who has no hose?
No.
Wouldn't you think he's like a bit gay and weird?
Yes, I do.
I have a genuine question.
And
Please.
I'm a
No, this is a genuine question. Genuine.
Is it rude?
No, of course not. I'm a gentleman.
Okay.
If you had a son,
I have a daughter.
okay, so do I. If you had a son, and at the age of 21, he came home to you and he said, "Mom, I'm loyal to this one girl, and I'm only with her, and she tells me what to do, and I do as she says, and she doesn't sleep with me, and she's rude to me, and she spends all my money, but I don't want to have sex with anyone else or meet another girl because I love her so much." Wouldn't you look at him and think, "Why the fuck did I birth a bitch? What's the point?"
Bro, literally, I even go like, if it was like that exactly, I would low-key said like, "Bro, what the fuck is wrong with you?" If that was my kid coming to be like that, my son ought to be like, "Hey, yo, what the F is wrong with you? Like, yo, what's going on, bro? Is everything okay? Like, well, you ain't got no self-confidence. You don't care about yourself. You're just gonna let her treat you like the floor and walk all over you? Like, what happened, my dog? I didn't know. I didn't raise you to be a bitch. Like, yes, you can love your wife and all that, but don't like sit there and do everything she says. Like, bro,
to your own son. What would you say to your son?
I would tell him I raised the right son.
no, bro, I'd have felt like I raised a beta male at that point. Like, you just don't push back on anything. She not having sex with you, sleeping with you, but you just love her so much. I'm like, bro, what happened? Like, what she do, bro? Put her blood in your food or something? What type of voodoo shit going on? Sounds like you hypnotized at a certain point. I'm sorry, but I just couldn't imagine even one of my homies coming to me like that. I have to look at him and be like, bro, you bitch ass, what's wrong with you? Like, bro, wake up. It's like, bro, you should have more self-confidence than that. But I mean, yeah, if a guy was coming like that towards a woman or one of my friends, or if a future son said, yeah, I'm heads over heels for this woman, even though she disrespect me, I would have to take that man to counseling. Like, bro, yeah, we got to talk about this with professional help.
Because you're staying loyal to one woman. That's amazing.
You would raise a simp.
Yes.
I mean, he's not commanding any respect, though, if she's not sleeping with him. He just said in that analogy that she's not sleeping with him. That means he's commanding no respect.
He's a bitch. Then why would you raise a bitch?
Sleeping with him
Answer the question.
because, she's trying to take her time.
Have you ever spent some money on a woman?
It could be that, I take my time.
Okay. I mean, come on now.
I think I like you.
You have to show. You really have to show a man.
Love woman too, man.
I've come to realize over the years, the older I get, you have to really show a man that, you don't care and that.
That's so not true. That's the worst thing ever.
They're not the only
And if your son came home and he was simping over some hoe, you'd be like, go out and get some.
The stream did. Internet's come back.
Oh, it F. I just.
My son did come back sipping over some girl that didn't like him. I would just have to sit him down and give him that talk on. I'm like, bro, that ain't the one for you. You need to go find a girl that likes you. And if you go, oh, dad, I'm so head over heel, I just love her so much. I'm just gonna be like, I'm just like, son, you sound like a bitch. Okay, I'm just gonna be cut and dry with him. Like, son, you sound like a bitch. Okay, there you go. Stop it. I don't know what you need to do. Go do some push-ups, like up your testosterone or something, because you're sounding like a bitch. I would say to my damn best friend if I had to.
Agree.
Yeah, I'll save it for the.
Kick us alive.
I want you to yell at me when the stream's going.
Oh, we're on kick. It's off. Oh boy. I agree, but I disagree.
Yeah, I think.
How does that work?
Come back. Yeah, we're good now.
I agree, except in the context of like devout religious people. But I think like from an evolutionary standpoint, yes, that's completely correct. You read the book Evolution of Desire, and it talks about exactly the same thing. Men are meant to compile resources, protect and provide, and in return, they do get sexual access. I mean, you look back at caveman days, and they were populating with as many women as they possibly could. That's how the world was created, essentially.
So, and how society was.
Yeah, but I mean, here's the thing, though. If that's just the base level of all relationships, then I would say to men, this would just be great advice. Focus more on yourself then. I mean, focus on the resource that you have, education, skills, because when it comes to marriage, that's going to be the thing that secures your marriage, is the skills and the resource that you've acquired up to that point. Yeah, that's it. That's all. I mean, you can sit here and be all lovey-dovey and all that, but if you ain't got no resources, I mean, it don't really matter. And yes, you could be good looking as hell. I'm sorry, but that's only going to get you so far. I mean, shoot, trust me, it don't even work all that well for women. And they're the ones who really get off on their looks more than a guy ever could.
Bill, also.
Yes, I do agree for the most part. I think there is an exception when it comes to very religious people, though. And I think that men can, when they're tapped into that, and that's really important to them, I think they can stay loyal and not be a simp simultaneously. But it's rare. It's rare. That's my opinion.
Good take. I still disagree. I agree with you in some part, but I still disagree.
What do you disagree with?
With letting your man do whatever he wants. We cannot normalize that, you know?
But he does whatever he wants anyway.
We cook, we clean, we do everything for you. We do your laundry.
Where do you cook?
You cook, you clean, you do
where
laundry.
Do you cook?
What do you mean? In the kitchen.
Okay, who's paying for the house?
Yeah. It doesn't matter. You're still giving him.
No, you know what? You know what? It actually does matter.
It kind of does.
If you're paying for the house.
I mean, that's kind of effed up to say that. Oh, well, everything you do matter, but then everything that I do and I provide don't matter. So what? It only matters when your hands is on it or when your name is under it. But when it's money, it's just like, oh, that's just the status quo. It's what you're supposed to do. And she's right. But doesn't mean you belittle and you downplay it and then up yourself like, oh, me cooking and cleaning is just the best thing that's being done in this house. No, me paying the damn bills is the best thing being done in this house, or else it wouldn't be a house to live in.
Also, I'm going to be a feminist here. If you're paying half the rent, then yeah, fuck him. What's he doing? He should be home.
Okay,
but
then,
if he's providing you with a house,
case closed.
I'm providing you with a car, I'm providing you with food, I'm providing. If he's taking care of you, if he's providing for you head to toe, he earns his freedom.
But
that's
he's not
actually
gonna
the
go
truth.
cheat.
And you don't give him pussy because he gives you dick. That's 50-50. That's an equal exchange. That's not you giving anything.
So you want to normalize cheating?
It's not cheating. We've already discussed this. We've changed the framing of cheating.
But that's what you're making it seem.
No, what I'm trying to do is explain to you how a psyop.
You're telling
I'm trying to explain to you.
You're telling me a man could go do whatever he wants. That's what I'm talking about.
Sure.
A man cannot do whatever he wants. I'm the type of girl personally. You're not gonna do whatever you want, baby.
So he's gonna fuck you, and then he's gonna take care of you, and then he's gonna get another girl, and then you're gonna leave.
Stay home.
You think he loses?
You're controlling.
He doesn't lose.
That's what you're saying.
What I'm trying to do is make you understand.
There's a problem right there. She's just controlling. I mean, there you go. Enough said. She just wants to control her man. I mean, really, that's a lot of women. That's a lot of women that want to control the man that they're with. I mean, even if it's a bit subtle, you only know you're a controlling woman. You have a controlling woman when you try to think differently than her, and she kind of try to put you in your back in your box. If you can't think freely or talk freely around your woman, yes, you have a controlling woman. If you can't say what you want to say without losing pussy or pussy rights, bro, your woman's controlling you. Actually, she's manipulating you through the box. I mean, and that's the worst.
Point outside of your own feelings.
Let it happen.
And what you just did is something very important. You said, I'm the type of girl.
I mean, you know what? That's probably the one time I say do cheat. I'm be real with you. I'm not a big sponsor of cheating, but if your girl is holding out the box from you and all this good stuff, you taking care of all the bills and all that, I mean, bro, go ahead. I would sponsor that. I'd be like, bro, go ahead, man. Go ahead. She don't want to pull up her obligations, so why should you abide by yours? Maybe I'm just being petty, though. Maybe I'm being petty.
With all due respect, and I mean this genuinely respectfully, we're not talking about you. We're talking about society by and large. We're talking about
it's most girls.
We're talking. No, it's not actually.
Most girls, yes.
I'll tell you why it's not. I'll tell you why it's not most girls in a second. We're talking about the societal framing that we operate within, and this false idea of monogamy, which no man sticks to anyway. This false premise, which has been injected into the minds of women, so they constantly go through life. Getting with a guy, he cheats, leave him. Get with a guy, he cheats, leave him. Get with a guy, he cheats, till they've been through 20 dicks and their hearts are gone and they just become a gold-digging whore. Yeah. That's all that's happening. So this is a huge psyop that's being perpetuated on society, and it's why nobody is happy. And let me tell you why most girls do not say, only me. I'll tell you why. Because all of the men with any kind of money know that that's not true, because all the men with any kind of money and any kind of status and fame have a whole bunch of women, and a bunch of women are happy to share him. They may complain, they may moan, they may not like it, but they still share him. And the guys with no money and no status and no car are working in Starbucks waiting for you to walk in there and tell them, all I want is a man who's loyal to me. Because you can go get a loyal man today. You can walk in there and say, I would like a latte and a loyal man, and you'll leave with that guy because he never.
True, he just ain't gonna have the money you want. He ain't gonna look the way you want, but gosh darn it, he gonna be loyal. It's like, shoot, it's like I could say the same thing, guys. I mean, bro, if you want a loyal girl, stop going after the Instagram baddies and go after that averagely somewhat ugly chick, you know, back in your neighborhood. You feel me? She gonna be real loyal to you. She ain't never gonna switch up on you, even if you're broke, you know. The looks may not always be there, but at least you got loyalty. I mean, if that's something you're willing to, if you're willing to take that L, because I mean, I don't think I am.
Anything in his fucking life, but he doesn't even cross your mind. You don't even see him as human, because you only want these guys who have all the choices in the world, and they've gone through and struggled in life to have those choices. So to say to a man who was one day born starving and eventually gets to the buffet, and to say to him, don't eat anything but this grape, I'm the only thing you can touch, it's unrealistic. And I am genuinely advocating, I genuinely believe from the bottom of my heart, women will be happier and men will be happier if we just drop this bullshit. Drop the bullshit that men should be loyal. A man should provide for you. A man should protect you. A man should take care of you. A man should educate you. A man has a lot of obligations.
All right, so in Tate's mind, it's not really cheating. Well, in his mind, not mine, but in his mind, it's not cheating if you have sex with another girl. It's only cheating if you provide provision for another girl. So, I mean, it's not in his head and a lot of other guys' heads that if you got your girl in the house, you're paying for everything, she's well taken care of. It's not cheating if you go out there and sleep with another girl while your wife is still being taken care of. To him, that's not cheating. It's cheating is if you kind of take all that and you give it to another woman, and besides of protecting and providing for the woman that you swore an oath to God under, you're giving it to another woman in which you didn't swore an oath under God. So yeah, I'm trust me. I mean, both is cheating to me, but I'll be real with you. It's kind of like, I'll be real with you. Giving your resource, take your resource from your wife to give to another woman, that's egregious. I mean, I would rather a dude cheat. I mean, like, dog, all right, cheat on your wife and take care of her. Okay, you're all right, you're somewhat of a piece of shit, but I can get down with that. Take money from your wife, take from your wife to give to another woman. All right, bro, you're a complete piece of shit. Complete piece of shit.
But this idea that if a man does all of those flawlessly and then he sleeps with another girl, you should leave is bullshit. It's truly bullshit.
Shout out to all the good men that got cheated by these hoes.
If it's the other way around, it doesn't apply in any regard. Because,
It does.
No, it doesn't.
Because they react the same way, they attack.
It doesn't apply
Like
in
if
any
it's our
regard.
fault, but they did the
Firstly,
same
from a
thing.
biological perspective, a woman sleeping with 100 men is very different than a man sleeping with 100 women. And every girl knows that. Secondly, and this is very important, this is actually very important. For the sake of the argument, I'm going to give you some credit and pretend what you said makes any kind of sense. You show me a woman who's educating a man, protecting a man, providing for a man, paying all his bills, taking care of him, giving him absolutely everything. I guarantee you a lot of men, if he had a woman who's giving him the entire fucking world, a Bentley, a house, a whip, education, he is a bitch. But when his gangsters came after him, his wife went and dealt with him. If you had a man, let me finish. If you had a man who was being taken care of head to toe in life by a woman, and then she said, and this does actually happen because you have rich women with rich old husbands who fuck some young dude. And she said, I'm going to go fuck some other guy. You know what that man getting all that money and all that provision and all that shit taken care of? He'd say, I'll fucking just come back after.
I mean,
whatever. You wouldn't even fucking do it. He'd say.
I'm weak. No, for real though. It would be like that. I mean, bro, if a woman is out here spending all this money on you and all this good stuff, she says, oh yeah, I want to go F my husband or I want to go mess with this guy. You're just like, sweetheart, I'm here for money anyway. I mean, go do what you do. Shoot, I'm only here because I'm getting the sugar baby treatment. Do what you want. What? It's your money. Shoot, your body. Do what you want. It's not like you're married to me or anything. It's not like we sworn allegiance to each other or loyalty to each other. So as long as the money keeps coming, I ain't going nowhere. You can do what you want. I mean, yeah, I see a lot of guys set up like that. Well, not a lot, but I see very few guys that have that set up. Very few guys I've seen that had the sugar mama set up. Very few. I can count them on my hands too.
See you tomorrow.
Let me watch.
Okay, exactly. So if a man was getting from the relationship what women get from the relationship, they'd actually be a lot more grateful.
Yeah.
Because the truth of relationships is that men give it all. We give so much more than we get. And they're going to say you get pussy. No, because that dick and pussy is an equal exchange. And pussy's everywhere. That's not what it's about. You cannot, as a woman, and this is the reality of the world. It's not an insult. You cannot, as a woman, provide a man with the things or anything equal to the amount of money he is constantly spending.
I ain't gonna lie, women do not like hearing that dick and pussy is on the same level. Bro, in women's mind, pussy's like all the way up here and dick is all the way at the bottom. I'm gonna be real with you, like in their mind. So if you sit there and tell a girl that's even exchange, she ain't hearing that whatsoever. She ain't hearing it. I mean, and here's the thing. I actually agree with him, though. It is an even exchange. I mean, your sexual part for my sexual part, and there you go. I mean, it's not like we gave each other anything different. So it is an even exchange. It's just in women's head that, yes, them giving their bodies is way more important than, well, to them, some of them, not all, but way more important than anything you're providing, anything you're doing. As long as they're giving you box, they feel like you should just be happy with that. I mean, and like, I mean, really just box. No cooking, cleaning, just the box.
On just keeping you alive and stopping you from complaining. That's the reality of the game. So of course the man's in a position of authority, and of course he can do.
I like, I like boxes next to the next man, but I mean, I also like, good food and a clean house. That's nice, especially when I don't got to cook it or clean it myself. I mean, that's even better. Like, boy,
what he wants. It's a completely different thing.
I'm hearing you and I understand.
So you agree?
I also have something like serious to like, something genuine to like, see if you know about,
What?
What are you saying?
No, I don't know.
I think it's beautiful for a man.
I'm talking to him.
I'm curious what it
Go on.
It's
Come on,
something
man.
serious.
Let my boy shine.
Have you ever heard of Lily?
I'm fucking crying.
Do you like my Lily?
This must be from your community.
Lashes. She's talking about lashes. Like, I think it was Nico who started doing that weird stuff with the Lily. Like, it was pretty much to make fun of women and their long ass eyelashes that just looked like they were just about to flap away.
For competence,
Let
and to
men
do
lead.
that, to do that, you need
Let
to be
men
realistic.
lead. That's what it is.
Girls,
you guys are litters.
No, girls.
Go ahead.
No, it's not that. I'm genuinely here hoping that I can educate the world, and I'm telling you that as a man, we have a completely different experience of life than you. And our experience of life is that we have to optimize for competency because we can't rely on the fact that we look a certain way. We have to get shit done. And the only way you optimize for competency is to be realistic. You have to understand the rules of the game extremely well to be competent within that game. So when I'm telling you things, I'm not trying to insult you or upset you. I'm telling you how the world actually functions. You can ignore me and you can stay in a delusion, or you can sit and go, wait, that actually makes some sense. And what I'm saying to
all right, guys, we're gonna made it past the 4-hour mark. I'm gonna go ahead and end it on this one. I'll see you guys 5, let me see, maybe 6, 7 in the morning. 6, 7 in the morning, guys. I'll be right back on. And we're gonna keep on going, even with the shadow ban, and maybe YouTube lifts it, maybe they don't, but don't worry, guys. All right, guys, I appreciate y'all for pulling up, man. It's the Set with Set Media, and I will catch you guys on the next one. Let's go ahead and leave out to a Donald Trump diss track. Peace.
BT, nigga. Drop 3 bombs at the end of discussion. Fuck, I ain't running from nothing. If you see me running, I'm running for president. Missiles on missiles, you know how we coming. Tell all your men we gon' blow up the country. I see you tweeting online, you a sucker. One more threat and I'm pressing that button. They trying to impeach me, they know that I'm done. And I'm getting locations, I'm dropping 100. They sending that shit, they get stopped in the sky. Said one more thing, everybody gon' die. Since 6 of the men and they making it hot. I don't need no permission to blow up your spot. I don't need no permission to make you a target. You must not heard what happened to Hey Barack. They must not heard what happened to the line. 6 men deep in everybody body. If we get it started, nigga, we ain't stop. I take them to war like I'm Johnson. They done let a real slime in the arm. Stop talking about nukes, you ain't even got it. I won't say your name, but I can't pronounce it. Fuck, is it Masu, Masal, ooh, First of the money, we clocking they rip. Plan a home on the head, we tactical with it. Take over your country, infested with fit. Tell Ali that he better repent. Setting up base right outside of the fence. Tell Qasim that a nigga a bitch. Dig his ass up and I kill him again. You still ain't get back with that boy, he got bit. In the way that I did him, how could you forget? And I'm smoking your leader, this shit getting bored. And I'm trying to get